No. How do I put this on gallery to see everybody? No, I haven't, but never mind. Right.
It could be down the bottom depending on where the bar's set. Sorry, Mr.
Have more actions on that. Oh, here we are, gallery. Large gallery. That's great. Right. Hopefully everybody's connected, and thanks to Graham for setting this up. And if there are any issues at all, then please contact Graham in the office. You can email the office, and we'll sort out any technical issues, hopefully. So, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this virtual hearing, the purpose of which is to examine the objections to the core path LUNC drill 124, which I think we refer to as Lunc 124 from now on, and diversion number 4 order made by Perth and Kinross Council on the 12th of March 2021 under section 208 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997. So the hearing's now open. And then everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Good. Yep. Right. My name's Martin Seddon, I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider the order and the objections to it, and to hold a hearing and to write a report for them. I'll be making findings of fact and making a recommendation to whether the order should be refused, confirmed with notifications by ministers. The meeting is being broadcast live to the EPA website, and the video record of the meeting will be retained on the website until ministers make a decision on this matter. In addition, by taking part in this virtual meeting, you are consented to being filmed and to use the storage of those images and sound recordings and any information pertaining to them for webcasting and training purposes, for the purpose of keeping historical record and giving the records to the public. Our hearing is intended to be less formal than a public inquiry, with the full participation of those objecting to the order and the council through its representatives, and also to help me prepare my report for ministers. I've issued an agenda which covers in general terms the issues concerned. Given there are various representations made, it's likely that specific points will be raised. We need to pursue during the hearing. I understand the points being made by those who have made representations and the council. Some people have made representations are not attending, but I will also cover any additional points they have made at this hearing. A general point, if anybody wishes to speak at any point, then please raise your hand or use the image of the hand on the screen. I'd like to ask parties taking part today to introduce themselves and briefly mention their organisational interest. I'll start with the council and then the other participants. But before that, I'll just say in terms of attendance, I know that Patrick Melville, on behalf of the Bicycle Perth Kinross campaign, will be observing the meeting. Mr. Keith Robertson, you requested that he put evidence to the hearing this afternoon. If that's still the case, but you can let me know in a minute on that. His evidence includes a public sector equality duty, so that's a matter we could consider at that point. Heard that Mr. Jones, when you here for the first time, and then on the afternoon, so that's fine. You try and fit in your presentations accordingly. Unfortunately, Mr. Alistair Godfrey advised me yesterday that he's unable to attend either today or tomorrow. But I will take his written representations into account and ask any associated questions to the council towards the end of the hearing. Now, it seems to me that Mr. Godfrey may also not be able to attend the hearings with the other three reporters, which is the sole objector. That's Thursday and Friday. If that's the case, I'll proceed with the hearings on the basis of written statements with the council present as the only other participants. I'm also advised this morning that Felicity Graham, on behalf of the Living Streets Group, will not attend either. So when he introduces yourself, if there's a particular time when you are available, you can't be available at other times, then please let me know. So if we can start with the council, please. Mr. Elliott, would you like to introduce your witnesses as council?
Yes, thank you. I'm Colin Elliott. I'm solicitor with Perth North Council, and I've been involved with the path order project in terms of advancing the 4 path orders that are before you. In terms of the colleagues in turn, if we start with Mr. Fletcher, then Ms. Ritchie, then Ms. McLean, and then Mr. Stubbs. Mr. Fletcher, could you introduce yourself?
Hi there, my name's Ross Fletcher. So I'm the senior engineer in the roads infrastructure team, which is essentially the client team for the project. So we project manage the project through to delivery and construction. I've been assisting Colin with more kind of technical input to allow him to do the submissions for these orders.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Denise Ritchie and I'm a technical director with SUO. My role on the project has been responsible for the design delivery, the specimen design delivery, and also the project management of SUO's input for the last 3 years.
Morning, I'm Rebecca McLean. I'm also a technical director with SUO and have been the environmental lead consultant working with Denise and providing the EIA services to Perth and Kinross Council as part of the CTLR project.
Thank you.
And I'm Dave Stubbs with Community Green Space in the council. I've kept a watch and brief on this one. Then my former colleague Jane Pritchard, who's just retired, was much more directly involved. Community Green Space have to do with the management of core paths and rights of way for the council.
Thank you. I would turn to us making representations. We go off my list of people just so I see everybody. So, Mr. Johnston.
Oh yes, I'm Landell Johnston. I'm just an objector as a local resident of the area who regularly uses the path under discussion this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Fraser.
Right. Sorry.
I can hear you. Yes.
Right. I'm someone who has been interested in landscape history and all aspects of it for the last 50 years. When the legislation was coming about to create better access in Scotland and core paths, indeed, I was involved right from the beginning in looking to create a reasonable network of core paths in the area between Inverarm and Burnham Hill, so about 100 square miles of Perthshire.
Thank you. Shireen Kewell. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Can you hear me? I'm a local resident of Redgorton and a user of routes, cycling, walking, bus routes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Andrews.
Morning. Yes, John Andrews. I'm the local area access officer for Ramblers Scotland, who I'm representing here, as well as being a local resident. So I'm appearing in a sort of dual capacity, really.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, yeah. No? Right, so Mr. Cole's Perth and Kinross Outdoor Access Forum, so let's see if he can attend later. And Catherine Melville. She's just observing anyway, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Can I say that that Catherine is submitting much the same submission as myself, and she has asked me to look after her interests here.
That's fine, thank you. Right. I think that's anything anybody wants to ask about procedures at all at this point? Or shall we just no? Okay, good. So turn to the agenda, which is very general. I note that the order was advertised in the Edinburgh Gazette and in the Perth Courier on the 9th of April 2021. So in accordance with the regulations. I see that the council wrote to statutory undertakers about the order. Can I check with you, Mr. Elliott, that there are no objections from statutory undertakers to this part of this order?
Yes, that's correct. We didn't get a communication with one, or well, I say one, the kind of subdivision of the same company. There were two from, I think it was SSE. And really, they weren't objecting. They were simply wanting to make sure that we understood what equipment they have, and they wanted to make sure that their wheelies should be preserved, which was confirmed. So that was not an objection and is therefore not before you.
Okay. Thank you. Right. So going to the scheme as a whole, I trust that everyone's got a general understanding of the project as a whole. The proposal realignment of the A9. The construction of the Cross Tay Link Road with a new bridge over the River Tay, and I actually saw my site inspection, the proposed bridge crossing point where some of the trees have been removed. But the details of the scheme, which may be less familiar to everybody, and hopefully this can be explained by the council witnesses as we proceed. We've got more detailed knowledge. Order number 4 is part of a number of proposed changes to the network as a whole. And this hearing is just about order number 4, so we need to bear that in mind that that's the main sort of focus today. Having read the representations from everybody, there are some common issues which seem to emerge. One is the basis of the order in relation to the planning permission. Another is the additional length of footpath that would be created. And then alternatives that have been suggested by various people. One thing I've not mentioned is that I did do a unaccompanied site visit recently to the area. I had a good look around all the rights away. If I need to go back again, either accompanied or unaccompanied, then that's fine. I can arrange something, particularly if anybody wishes me to see a particular aspect of the scheme, then that can be organised. But I'll determine that at the end of the hearing. I'd like to start by looking at the statutory basis for the order. This was raised by Catherine Melville and John Andrews on behalf of Ramblers Scotland. And I wonder, Mr. Andrews, if you could say something about that aspect of the scheme. I noticed the first part of your statement, so just about the basis for the order and in relation to the planning permission.
Yes, but can I just explain that I seem to be suffering from a bit of an eye infection, which is making it a bit difficult for me to read at the moment. So
yeah, so time and don't worry.
I'm a bit hesitant about that. Yes, as I understand it, and putting it in my own words, the statutory test is that it has to be necessary for the diversion to take place that there's no alternative. The council has to be satisfied that the diversion is needed because there's no other way of avoiding it. That is my crude understanding of the phrasing of the legislation. And in my view, the council has, by various things that it's said and done, demonstrated that that is not the case, that there are, in fact, alternatives to this particular diversion.
Right, in terms of the council, then, if Mr. Elliott, if you could sort of respond to that. I know you've sort of submitted response in writing on that point, but if you could go
Yes.
through. Yeah.
I won't get too legalistic, but the first thing that's looked at is whether it's the orders necessary to enable the development to be carried out. And it's not what Mr. Andrews has said. I would characterise in law as absolute necessity, that there is no other choice. However, that isn't the test before you. The test is whether it's necessary to enable the development to be carried out, which is, in my view, necessary in the circumstances. So it's not an absolute necessity, as if there was nothing else that could be done. It's lower than that. And of course, there's two parts to it. First of all, you're looking at necessary to enable the order to be carried out. And secondly, you're looking at the merits. And that's where all this comes in as to what, particularly the merits of the diversion. But I think of this particular order in a step-by-step process in terms of the stopping up element is necessary because the A9 is being realigned. The stopping up element of Lunc 124 goes, it disappears because of the realigning of the A9. And then as a consequence, you're then looking at the diversion. So I think that from what Mr. Andrews has said, it is, I would say it's not absolute necessity, it's necessary in the circumstances.
Okay. If you can come back on that, Mr. Andrews.
Yeah, can I say it first? It's not particularly easy to hear some people. There's a lot of background noise, and Mr. N was speaking very fast, so it wasn't all that easy to pick up every point that he made. But I understand that necessary in the circumstances was the term he was using, and I don't quite understand that. I wonder if he could clarify that.
Before going to that, if people could turn off their microphones, that would probably help with the background noise. Blue speaking. Thanks. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. It is hard to explain because we are dealing with some legal concepts, but what I'd say, Mr. Andrews, what I characterised in law was, I think what you've said is that it has to be an absolute necessity for the diversion. However, I don't think that is what the reporter and really the minister is looking at. The test is not as high as that. And that could, if it was only ever absolute necessity, these orders could only ever be done where there's a physical obstruction. That's too limiting in my view. And the test is more that it's necessary in the circumstances. So you're looking at the whole circumstances in a lot more global way, if you like, a more wholesome way, if you like. And I'm saying this because I know there's been some case law, admittedly English case law, but it's first of all look at whether it's necessary, the order's necessary for the development to take place, and secondly, the more flexible bit is looking at the merits and whether the advantages outweigh disadvantages and what the merits are.
Okay, so are you saying that in this particular circumstance, it is unavoidable that the diversion has to be made?
Well, what I already said, if you go step by step, which you do have to do, if you look at the stopping up element, first of all, because that's where it leads from, you have the A9 being relined across. There is a physical change there, and therefore you can go, there is a necessity to stop up that part of Lunc 124. Now, as a consequence, you then get in, as you have with any other stopping up, you then have to look, where does that leave us? You then get into the diversion, and that's where you're into the whole position of necessary in the circumstances.
So you have looked at an alternative to the diversion. The council has considered whether it could build a bridge which would avoid the need for the diversion. It has produced a detailed design. It has costed that. Surely by those very actions, it has identified an alternative to this particular diversion.
Well, and not, as you've seen, as you know, you've seen the papers, the designs have been produced, that is correct. What I'm saying is, sticking to a narrow position of the legal tests here, we will presumably, I'm not sure, but presumably go into bridges and underpasses as we get later on in this hearing, and the details of those alternatives. You know, Mr. Seddon's nodding his head, but I'm sticking really to the legal test here. At the moment, the stopping up order actually is absolutely necessary. Now, I know that's not the test we need to meet. It is about necessary in the circumstances. But then, I remember Transport Scotland's involvement here as well, where they wanted to reduce the number of crossings. But in terms of diversions, you then, as a consequence of the stopping up, you then look at diversion. And yes, the council has looked at what is possible in the area. And it came to that conclusion in those circumstances that the diversion is the most appropriate.
It's the most appropriate, but that's not quite the test, is it? Which is most appropriate. I have to confess that I am not going to be the arbiter. I am not a lawyer. I'm only putting the case as I see it, and the decision won't be mine. But clearly, I'm not happy with your interpretation of what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that. Under the Act, I think it's a requirement that if it's needed to implement the planning permission, I think in your presentations from the council, you said that it was part of the planning permission, and therefore it is necessary as part to it to implement that permission. Is that your understanding, Mr. Elliott?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah. One of the sort of clauses is that in the Act is that it has to be necessary to enable the planning permission to be implemented. And I think your representations have explained how it's been part of the planning application, planning permission to this area.
Yes, I don't want to quote the case law, but I think we're looking at the two tests, one after the other. The first test is the necessity test, which is set out in the Act, and it's whether the order should be confirmed in the wider circumstances. Sorry, whether it's necessary. I will start again. The case law is English. But the first test is the necessity test, whether it's necessary to enable the granting of the order is necessary to enable the development to be carried out. But there is a second part, which is the wider part, I would say, which is the merits test. And that's establishing whether the order should be confirmed in the wider circumstances, including the impact on all persons, which is a lot of what I'm assuming we will be discussing today. Now, both these tests are kind of planning judgments and should have regard to all the circumstances. Again, the necessary in all the circumstances. And in the case, deciding where the public benefit lies. A lot of this is about the overall public benefit. So it's really, first test is the wording of the Act, whether the order is necessary in the circumstances to enable the development to carry it out. The second part is the merits test, what actually we're looking at, what its impact, what is the public benefit here.
Okay. And is that in your written submissions, the two tests?
In fairness, the written submissions concentrate on, as is the kind of style of these things, concentrates on the necessary part. But of course, in responding to the objectors, we're looking at the second part and the merits, etc. So we do deal with that as well.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else want to comment on this issue? Other than Mr. Andrews at all? No. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Andrews, on that point? I think you said that you sort of agree to disagree in a way, but yeah.
No, I don't think I've anything more to say on that point. Not at the moment, anyway.
Okay. Yeah. Apologise. My image seems to be going terrible at times, but that's issues with Wi-Fi, I think. I'll check my notes. Yeah, I think the next area I wanted to come on to was the sort of route itself, and the details of the order. And I don't know if you're listening, Graham, but it'd probably be useful if you could put that map up at some point. Mr. Andrews, you used a sort of annotated map, which is very helpful. Is this one?
Yeah.
Which is based on the order. It's just given letters to each of the points. Just it'd be useful if you could run through them and make the points you want to make. That's good. So thanks very much, Graham. So that's hopefully everybody can see that now, and it will help Mr. Andrews to go through his statement.
Right. So you're asking me to pick this up now?
Yes, if you pick that up now, that'll be very helpful.
Yeah. Firstly, I want to ask is how the council understands what a diversion is. To my mind, a diversion is an alternative way of getting from one point to another. You know, there are two different ways of getting from A to B in this case. One is by the red line, which is the part that's intended to be stopped up. The other is by the diversion route. Now, the council has measured the diversion route at 500 and something odd meters. It has mapped it with the pale blue line here, but that pale blue line, although it wanders well to the north, it doesn't get anywhere near what, to my mind, is the correct point of arrival, which ought to be point A. Surely the diversion ought to take people from A to B via a different route. This leads them some considerable distance in a totally different direction. So how does the council understand what a diversion is, please?
Mr. Elliott, would you like to sort of comment on that?
Yes, thank you. The first very, very general point is the council doesn't agree with Mr. Andrews, what I would call a narrow interpretation. That's not against you, Mr. Andrews, it's just using legal language here. And a diversion, to my mind, doesn't necessarily have to come fully back to the same point, because you have to look at the physical circumstances on the ground. You have to account for what's happening, and that's not always possible. And in this particular circumstance, you have the pushing of the A9 across. And yes, of course, the council is not suggesting a bridge of underpass. However, what is happening here is you do have a diversion which is taking you northwards, joins up with other paths, but it wouldn't be correct to say the diversion must go from B to A, or A and come right back around to A, A and come right around to A, because you have other paths already in place that are capable of taking you back there anyway. So the diversion takes you up to E, which is Lunc 121, you can go to the new crossing at F and you can come back down. I know there'll be discussions on the length of that, but it is possible to get from A back round. But I accept it is not from A to B. Or I should say, sorry, it's possible to do Lunc 124, which is off the screen, and it's go to B to C, then you can come round.
So what you're saying is that in terms of your interpretation of what a diversion is, the public are only having to travel this distance of just under 600 meters. The reality is that it will be something more than twice that distance. The practicality and the legal language simply do not meet up here. Is that your case?
Well, no, that's not correct. In that we do recognise. I think the first point to make is that it's low usage, very low usage, according to the information we have, crossing the existing A9. And
sure, you're going off at a tangent there.
Well, if you bear with me, what we're saying. Sorry, could you repeat that? Because I obviously might.
Sorry, it seems to me you're going off at a tangent. I thought we were discussing what a diversion is and what the practical consequences of the diversion is. Not the necessity for the diversion.
Right. Two aspects I want to mention. Sorry to come back to me. First aspect is it is not necessarily the case that everyone will start at point A and want to come back round to point A. People come from all different directions, and for example, Lunc is just off to the top north east in that case. So they wouldn't necessarily come there and want to go down to A and repeat that. And in fact, they couldn't because you've got the A9, the new A9 in the way. So that's the first point, is people will use different ways. The second point is we have acknowledged in the statement of the case that if you are starting at point A, we do acknowledge that there is a diversion. We have accepted that. It is it is longer.
Okay. Just so that two more people have asked to just speak, so perhaps I could bring them in at this point. Is it Mr. Robertson first?
Thank you very much, Mr. Sen. I wasn't understanding what Mr. Elliott meant about starting from point A and finishing at point A. Are you meaning if it was a circular route? Is that what you mean? Because that wasn't clear. If you start at A and you finish at A, you haven't moved. So I can't figure that out. Sorry.
Well, that was my understanding of what Mr. Andrews was saying. But yes, of course, you won't be able to do that because you won't be able to cross the A9. But I think I'm quite happy to pass over to Mr. Fletcher. I think his language will be better than mine in terms of explaining the practicalities. I see that he's got his hand up.
Okay, that's fine. Just who was the second person?
Sorry, Mr. Seddon. May I come back, because I'm still, all I'm asking is, Mr. Elliott said starting from point A and getting to point A. If you're already at point A, then all I'm asking is he talking about a circular route? Because if you're already at point A, why would you want to? You wouldn't move if you were still there. Does that make any sense? It does not make sense to me, what Mr. Elliott said.
I think, well, I'm going from what Mr. Andrews said, but I think it would be far easier if I passed over to Mr. Fletcher, because Mr. Fletcher obviously has been involved in the project and be able to describe it far better than me. I think what we are saying is you do take the route is used from different ways. First of all, the point is that people will use different routes. So it's not necessarily true that the starting point will always be A. People will come from Lunc. People will come from the other. total opposite end of Lunc 124, the path itself, which is at Murthley, if I remember right, coming over the hill and there. So actually, when you come from the left-hand side of this plan and reach point B, instead of going to A, what you'll do is you'll go up to C, and you can go to E, F, and back down to A. What we're saying is that isn't necessarily true that all people will be doing that.
Mr. Fletcher want to come in at all on this?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I just didn't want to cut in over anybody there. Yeah, I think what we need to bear in mind is this plan. It was my team prepared this plan for Colin, and we did kind of hum and haw over what to include and what not to include, and hence we came up with the idea, along with Colin, of providing the other plans that accompany it. So we've got overview plans which show other paths. This plan only deals with what's happening to Lunc 124. But there is a wider project-wide path network that's provided. So these other overview plans were provided for context. So I think it's quite, you're narrowing it down and you're not looking at it in context if all you're considering is how to get from point A to B and the fact that the blue lines essentially don't deliver you there. I think what you need to look at and what we try to do is by providing these overview plans is to show that there's a wider context to the scheme. There's more paths being provided that aren't necessarily shown in this plan because they're not part of the legal order. And we acknowledge that sometimes this can be quite difficult to understand, and we've tried our best by providing these overview plans and other accompanying information to try and make it as clear as possible. But there are much more options. As Colin said, we don't know where people are starting and stopping, so it's not everybody will be starting at point A and wanting to get round, like Mr. Robertson says, all the way back to point A. There's various different routes that are walked in this area. And we did our best to make that as clear as possible. So it's just really to refer people to those overview plans. They were submitted along with our statement. I think it's PKC documents PKC3 and PKC2 were various scaled overview plans showing the wider context and the other paths that are provided with the CTLR scheme. So that was already what really wanted to say. It can be quite misleading if all you look at is this plan in isolation. That was all.
I know Mr. Andrews wants to speak again, but Mr. Johnston, I think, wanted to say something.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to give some clarity on it. I think the debate about whether it's A to A or whatever is not really the issue here. The real issue is about A to B, and I think you're misunderstanding what Mr. Andrews is probably asking is the distance involved from getting from A to B. Which at the moment is simply a straightforward crossing of the or getting across the A9 to then get from A to B is a fairly straightforward task at the moment. But to get from A to B by the proposed route, and I think Mr. Fletcher's right, there is the overview drawing which shows the extended green line going from A, but on all the way up to F, across to F, and back down to E to C to B, and that total distance is about 1.3 kilometres. And I accept that there are alternative ways to get to F from Luncarty, but the majority of people use the cycle path and walkway that is, tarmac hard surface that goes all the way down to the opposite side of the road from A at the moment, and the route that currently exists from the village to F is an unmade path and an old disused railway crossing and various other ways of accessing, I think, probably point opposite side of the road from F. So it's not really, let's say, a comparative route. And really the issue here is really all about the fact that you're stopping the ability to get from A to B, which is a very short distance, by diverting 1.3 kilometres all the way up to F and back down again. And I accept people come from lots of different directions and will continue to come from different directions to get to B or to A, but the overall distance involved is 1.3 kilometres. And that does not seem, a normal consideration, considering, at this point in time of the construction, an underpass could be considered. And I accept, and I've had discussions on site with various people about the cut and fill options or a bridge over the top. But it's simply providing that access between A and B that we're really trying to focus on here.
Okay. Mr. Andrews, I think you wanted to speak.
Yeah, I wanted to come back on one point that to Mr. Fletcher. Yes, of course, when you're looking at maps like this, and particularly since they don't show what some of the other plans show, it is difficult to understand what is intended. On the other hand, we are local people who know perfectly well what the situation is, as Mr. Johnson has just described. So we're not struggling to understand the nature of the proposal and its consequences. Could I ask a further question, please? I don't understand C to D. What on earth is that all about?
Probably Mr. Fletcher, could you deal with that?
Yeah, no, that's fine. So C to D is a track that takes you out to the top, kind of northwest corner of that field. Because C to E is a steep incline, so that's steps. So to make sure it's you've got the option either steps or the kind of flatter path, you would go from C to D and then back down the right of way to E, or you could use the steps to shortcut from C to E. It's just the topography of the land. It's also worth noting that the D to C to B doubles as a field access for local kind of farm vehicles and stuff like that, which is normal for more paths in this area.
Normal, occasional. So
yeah, there's occasional.
That's going to be a surfaced route then, from the sound of it, a metalled route.
No, it's an unbound Type 1 wind dust track. Yep.
So it's usable by farm vehicles as well?
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Mm.
As is the case with the existing A to B route, that's a farm access track at the moment.
Indeed, yeah.
Which doubles as a core path, yeah. Which is common with the vast majority of the core paths in this immediate vicinity.
Yeah. Well, no point in arguing about that. I would dispute that, but never mind.
Yeah. Mr. Robertson, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Seddon. Ms. Fletcher just said, that there were steps between C and E. And that being the case, how does someone like me, who's a wheelchair user, get along there if there's steps?
That was the point I was trying to. That's why C to D is included, because people, wheelchair users, wouldn't be able to use C to E, so you'd be able to use C to D.
No, but if you
and then come back in the alternative route, the purple and blue line, you would come back down that way to E.
Sorry.
Mr. Andrews, Mr. Andrews asked why C to D was included, and I said it was because C to E involved steps because of the local topography.
Yes.
But so C to D is included because there's no steps on that route, so it still allows people to then walk along or to move along that route.
So how do you get to the crossing at F then?
Well, there's a right of way in purple and blue there that comes down that direction.
So to get access for someone with disability, do we have to go up to D and then come down the purple route and then go back up to F?
Yeah, because of topography, because the point C, the land sits a lot higher up than D, so you'll need to go on a more gradual route back to D and then back down the purple and blue route.
I would strongly suggest that more or less makes that inaccessible for disabled people. Thank you, Mr. Seddon.
Okay. Right. Anybody else want to speak on that aspect? I've got a few questions. When I did my site inspection, it's clear that there's a lot of paths quite close to the A9 as existing. So C to B appears to be set off the realigned A9. I think there's a little scale at the bottom there, not 50 metres, so it looks to be about 20 metres off of this, so the nearest point. So it seems to me that would be a more pleasant route than walking alongside the A9. If anyone wants to comment on that. And the other aspect is it's shown as a gap, but would that be landscaped or planted at all? So, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I've just some clarity there. I mean, to get from A to B at the moment, you don't need to walk along the side of the A9 at all, because you're coming from Denmark Field, which is not well shown on that map there, but you're coming past almost the house and cottage on the east side of the railway line. You walk across the railway bridge and you come to the junction. Your only point of contact with the A9 at the moment is the crossing to get you from one side of the road to point A, and then from then you're heading into open countryside up towards B. You don't need to traverse along the side of the existing A9 at all on the existing route. That only becomes necessary under the new arrangement, where you go from A all the way up to F, back down to E, and then get to C by either wheelchair access via D or not, get to C, and then all the way back to B. So at the moment, you don't have any need to traverse along the side of the existing A9. You simply have a single point of crossing from the countryside across the railway line, across the road, and then up the hill. This new route, actually, you're right, it takes you through what will be fields between C and B, but you don't need to do that or to get from F to A in the existing arrangements.
Yeah. Denise, Rich, I think you wanted to comment.
Just wanted to respond to your query there about the excuse me, the landscape treatment between the proposed path between C and B and the realigned A9. There will be landscape treatment along that in area on the slopes of the cutting and embankments.
Right. Okay, thank you. And we're going to, sorry. Does somebody else want to speak? Or are we exhausted that?
No, yes, please. I did have my hand up, but possibly you thought I just left it up and carelessly not put it down again.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson actually has said some of the things that I was going to say, but I think it has to be emphasised that most of the people arriving at A are coming from the routes to the east, round through Denmark Field, that's, as he said, not particularly shown on here. There's an issue about how many people, and I presume we'll discuss that at some other point, because that is not the direct focus of this particular point of the discussion, but very few people come down the existing roadside metalled path beside the A9 rather than the countryside way, which parallels it a bit to the east. Why would you want to walk next to the thundering vehicles on the A9 when you could avoid doing that?
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else wants to speak on this? Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, when I did my visit, it was quite apparent it was very difficult to cross at the time I was there, to cross the A9 at that point from A to B. Don't know, how do people sort of experience crossing that road? Do you have to go at certain times of the day or the weekend, or when the traffic's not at its highest? Don't know, anybody want to comment on that as a local person using the route?
Well, yes, I certainly would. There are times at which you have to be patient and wait quite a long time, but there's quite a broad space, as you would have noticed, between the two carriageways there. The visibility is pretty good. It's, on the face of it, it's not particularly safe, but anybody behaving in a reasonably sane and coherent manner will be easily enough able to judge when they can cross.
Denise Ritchie?
Yeah, I would just make the point that that area in the middle, the tarmac area, which you refer to, that is actually the turning area for the junction for vehicles accessing and coming out of the Denmark Field Road. So there is potential there for vehicles to be turning, as well as the 2 lanes of through traffic each way on the A9.
Yes, of course there is, and they can easily be seen.
Anybody else want to speak? I've got Mr. Johnson there.
Yeah, just to reinforce that what's been said. I mean, the centre reservation area with the filter lane for turning into Denmark Field is, it's a significantly wide piece of road. So yes, it would be rare to cross all 4 lanes, or effectively it's nearer 5.5 lanes across that junction in one. Generally, you would cross the southbound lane and I'll say rest and reassess before continuing across the second half. But that's no different than the existing crossing that exists further up the road at well, I'm going to say at F, but I'm not quite sure if that's the existing one at the bus stop or not. But it's exactly the same arrangement. You've got to cross 2, stop in the middle, and then carry on. The advantage of crossing down at Denmark Field at A is that it's a much wider section in the middle of the road to stand and safely stand, whereas up at F you're kind of trapped against the gap in the barrier with traffic driving at 70 miles an hour at either side of you. So there is actually more space, and it's safer to cross down at A than it is at F under the current arrangements. And since the dual carriageway has been extended further north, if you go across on a Friday afternoon, you have no worries about the southbound traffic, because it's stationary for about 3.5 miles north of the Inverham roundabout. So there's nothing moving anyway. So getting over the northbound is the only problem when that happens throughout the summer months.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else wants to come in on that? So,
If I may, Mr. Seddon.
Yeah.
There's a number of assumptions being made here, whether it's the existing crossing, new crossing, whatever. I mean, if something is going to be improved, it should be improved. Everybody's presupposing that everyone has the ability to quickly get across the road. They're presupposing that everybody has the ability to see the traffic. It may be that they can only hear the traffic. People are making an assumption everybody can judge the speed of the traffic. If someone is finding difficulties in neurodiversity, many problems with dementia, even in the early stages, they may not have that ability. We're only talking about people who are fit and able-bodied here, and we should not be doing that. This should be for everyone, and not just those who can judge the traffic, who can see the traffic, and who can cross, to be perfectly honest, an area that people shouldn't be crossing a road like this anyway. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wants to say one at the moment?
May I say something? It's Teresa Kewell.
That's fine, yes.
Thank you. I would agree with one of the previous speakers that the route from A to B, the advantage of it is that it gives you the minimal contact with the A9, a bit like crossing over at F. Because it's a 90-degree crossing, you're just taken as quickly away from the A9 as possible, which makes it much more pleasant. I'm lucky that I'm perhaps more able than a lot of people, but it is quite a terrifying route, and it's very difficult to judge the traffic and to stand in the middle of the road waiting for traffic to come the other way. And sometimes you can stand there for some minutes. I've certainly missed buses on occasion because I've not been able to cross the road at F. But really, it's more that what gives you the least contact with the A9, which is why I think the route from B to C is, it's, and I was there at the weekend and it was so noisy, and without, I don't know what landscaping or, if hedges and trees or, thick planting could, will actually detract some of the noise from the A9, because you're going to be up above it at that point. But also any route that, to actually go along the path from A to, and I'm not sure looking at this plan if it does the route go from A to F actually along the side of the A9, or was it suggested that it was the road that goes to Denmark Field? Because at the moment that route is so unsafe. The barrier is on the inside of the road. There's no separation at all between the path and the road. It's not been maintained, so there's a big green grass verge, so it goes the A9, the path, a grass verge, a barrier, and so when it's icy, it's just dreadful to think what can happen. So I don't really know what the plan is for any sort of improvement there. And I think as part of the scheme, I've been told it's like for like, and I'm not sure that this some of these things are like for like. I think they're perhaps offering less than what the local community has at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, that's bring Denise Rich in there. It's probably looking at the wider SOAR network to some extent as well, and the changes that we proposed. Denise.
Yeah, I think it's worth going back to the point about the Denmark Field crossing, the existing one at the moment, and the context for what we're doing. Transport Scotland, in consultation with them, they referred us back to the strategy document for the overall A9 dualling. They are trying to remove at-grade junctions wherever possible, which is why we won't have an arrangement in the realigned A9 such as there is at the moment, with a turning area in the middle of the A9 with traffic going to and from Denmark Field. So that's one point. Such traffic movements will be via the new junction, the slip roads, and the roundabouts that are in the grade separated junction. So they also, as part of their strategy for the A9 dualling, are trying to remove at-grade pedestrian crossings wherever possible. So they acknowledged that there was a requirement to maintain movements, pedestrian, etc. movements between one side of the A9 and the other, but were seeking with us to reduce those to a minimum. And they agreed that the 2 crossing points should be reduced to 1 crossing point, with the Redgorton area being the location for that, hence the position of F. So that the driver behind that is the need to maintain access to the bus stops on either side at Redgorton. So that's the reason that we're having the single at-grade pedestrian crossing point of the A9 within the scheme at Redgorton.
Yeah. Just turning back to the point about having to work alongside the A9 on the Denmark Field side of the realigned A9. will lift the path, starting to work in the air, pull the path away from the A9, so next to the carriageway. Or side.
No, the existing A9 corridor there, which you can see to the right of the realignment, the corridor itself, the footprint of the existing road will be removed and replaced with landscaping and a new alignment of footpath up there. So there will be a buffer between the path and the existing A9 corridor and the new realigned A9, which will be landscaped. So there will be a separation, and it will be more pleasant than following the existing A9 is at the moment, where you're right beside it.
So, sorry, Denise. Could I ask? Is it possible to get a different document shared? Because there is still a bit of misunderstanding. I'm taking from Teresa's comments. I understand John doesn't think he's misunderstanding my previous comment about the wider path network, but I think Teresa definitely is, judging by our comments from our concerns about getting from F to A, and what Denise has just said about the fact there's a new path in there that's going to be landscaped and set well back from the A9. I don't know. There was a document that we submitted that's PKC 71. Which probably shows a bit better what the new layout's going to be with the revised kind of landscaping corridor down the existing A9. I don't know if it'd be better if we could potentially share that on the screen rather than what's here, maybe slightly misleading. I don't know if that's possible or not.
Yeah, I've arranged this through the office, so it's the one plan that they put on.
Right.
I don't know whether you can share that plan through your system at all.
No, sharing's disabled for anybody outside
it's not something I'm particularly used to be honest, but we can, knowing the document numbers, people can look at that. That'll help.
Just a suggestion, but if we were able to take a snip of it and put it in the chat, then you might be able to share it, Martin. I don't know if we're allowed to add things into the chat function.
Something you can do from your side, Becky.
I'll give it a go. I don't know if
I've just added a copy of what I think you're wanting to show, but maybe it's something different than that.
Over here. Does that come over?
I think Ross, you had a document number, didn't you?
Yeah, 71.
There we go.
PK 721.
Does that come into the chat? I've just
put it in the chat as well. Yeah.
And I put the extended line diagram in, which shows the additional green lines down the east side, which is down the old A9 once the new one is formed.
Yeah. So that helps clarify as well. Yeah.
Can I just say that then if anybody clicks on the images in the chat, they will come up on their own screen, slightly larger than they are in the chat. Then if you want to close them, you just go up to the right hand side and close them.
And you can then use your center mouse
button
button to scroll and enlarge it as well if you need to.
Yeah. So I just thought it was worthwhile. I think like drawing people's attention to that, because I think it shows things in a bit better context, and certainly helps you with that A to F point, because I think there was a wee bit of confusion over that, judging by some of the comments. I just thought that was helpful.
I think it's right. Yeah.
Can I just say, no, that is what I mean, once you, there's really only a quarter of perhaps the proposed circuit there that would be in a, slightly more away from the route. Once you get to the top end of the yellow line on the east is slap bang right up to the road again, and then all the way back down the west side again, you're really close to the A9. So the little 30 or 40 meters to cross the A9 at Denmark Field, you're going to have to walk a whole kilometre alongside pretty thundering traffic. So I think that was my understanding, but thanks for sharing that document.
problem. I think on the west side, Teresa, it's maybe a bit. It's not right next to the A9. You're sitting above the A9 because the A9's in cutting at that point, and you're kind of between 10 and somewhere between 10 at the closest and 30 metres at the furthest away in the west side. You're not right up hard up against the A9. Obviously, you come closer to the A9 on the east side because path has to come close to the A9 to enable you to cross the A9. So it does come in close to the A9 on the east side of the north there. But yeah, just for context.
And for clarification, it looks as though it's possible to travel via the bridge now, well, it would be across the A9 from east to west. Is that correct?
Yeah, further south, there's now a bridge crossing. Yeah, that's about 500 metres south of the road path that we're talking about. Yeah, so that was part of the overall decision that we made, was the fact that was going to be there in the future.
What standard would that pathway be for various users? Pedestrians, fine, cyclists.
Yeah, that'll be fully usable for all path users, and there's two crossings allowed for there for
access for people with disabilities.
I think Denise would probably be better discussing the design standards, but yeah, that's my understanding.
Yeah, yes. Similarly, we have designed to Roads for All, which is Transport Scotland's standard for accommodating the needs of all users, and that's the intention. Yeah, but that full route, all of the new routes along the A9 corridor, and then alongside the CTLR across the overbridge and so on, they would be compatible.
Mr. Robertson, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Ten. I was going to ask what the gradients were up and off that overpass and what the crossfall was, because whereas they may comply with Roads for All, and I hold my hands up and say I was part of the working group for the rewrite Roads for All, as I've been on many of these documents, and indeed many projects from the A9 to Queen's Ferry Crossing to many more. But what I would like to say is that when we talk about standards, we're talking about the minimum requirement, not the preferred requirement. So it's the bare minimum that, probably standards, the bare minimum that is acceptable. It is not actually what's preferred. I would like to know what the gradients are, the linear gradients, and what the shortfalls were on that overpass, please.
Possibly straying a little bit from the main. Yeah, I don't know if there's any answer to that from the council's representatives.
Yes, the maximum gradients are to the standard rather than anything higher than that. It is what design practice is that you design to standards. Standards are intended to provide a suitable and appropriate level of provision, and that's what we followed.
Okay. Somebody else wants to speak? Guest?
Yes, can you tell me when the route from the roundabout to north, when is that going to be open? And is it the grey line with the grey wiggly line, or is it the red line?
Sorry, I'm struggling to understand that question, if I'm entirely honest.
Somebody said there was going to be a link route from the new roundabouts north to the new path that's going up towards Redgorton.
Yeah, well, all the yellow lines on this plan are non-motorised user routes. So these are all walking and cycling routes. So the roundabouts you're seeing there, that's the new grade separated junction which will connect the Crossty Link Road to the realigned A9. So the A9 is getting shifted 160 or so metres westwards, and this new junction's getting built. And as part of that, there's two new roundabouts to connect the slip roads onto the A9.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the suggestion there was that the fact that or there was an implication that the new bridge between the two roundabouts over the A9 removed the requirement to be able to cross the A9 at any other point. In other words, this crossing that we're talking about between A and B, I think it was implied that we could then carry on a further half a kilometre down the yellow path, down the side of the river or wherever that is, make our way underneath the crossing bridge, further south, back up onto that roundabout, cross over on the bridge to the roundabout then on the left-hand side, and then follow this squiggly grey path, which is not marked in yellow or red.
No, that's not a path.
Back up.
That's
not a path. So there is no connection then. So you're
this
misleading
is-
us
this
here
is-
then. There is no
No.
path between the roundabout on the west side of the new A9, which would be a safe way of crossing over the bridge. There's no path from that to connect back up to point B, which is where the yellow line coming from Redgorton down is. So there is no ability for a user to cross that bridge and continue to the west side of the road.
No, I wouldn't say anybody's been misleading anybody. All
Well,
I would
I
say
think
is
that was
there's
the
a-
assumption that was made a minute or two ago, that bridge was a mechanism that would then allow people to cross over the A9 safely and continue back up north to join the path that's being closed. So if that's not the case, then let's have that stated as clearly. There is no path and
No,
there's no
that's-
connection and no use of that bridge for that purpose.
No, this is an additional. This is additional. This isn't to do with the diversion at Lunc 124. This is just additional being provided for context. I think we're getting diverted away from the
Yeah, I think
the main issues.
Mr. Stubbs would like to speak, so he can throw some light on it. And then, yeah, Mr. Stubbs.
I was just going to say others have been confused by this as well, but the additional lines are shown as yellow on the plan we're all looking at. So if you're looking to go north-south from Denmark Lunc to the junction, you can cross at the new crossing at approximately F, or you can cross at the bridge. If you want to go north-south, it's on the new path marked in yellow on the plan, rather than on the west side. As I say, other people have been confused by this plan, but it's actually fairly clear. There's a legend on the document we're looking at, which shows where the paths are.
But I say that I think the misunderstanding may have been that the red line was mistaken for a path.
The red line is the planning boundary, the red line planning boundary. It's nothing to do with the path.
I think part of the problem is that the key is not really legible at this scale.
Yeah.
As I see it.
Okay.
Could I please say that I hope we're not trying to create the impression that we want to preserve the at-grade crossing at Denmark Field. It has seemed that because we were comparing its relative safety or unsafety with that at Redgorton, that perhaps we were arguing that was acceptable. Of course it's not acceptable, and Keith Robertson is completely right in that. What we're arguing for is something better than the diversion proposed.
Thank you. Yeah. Right. So just to be clear, that the grey wiggly line on the western side of the realigned A9 is not path, is that correct? Or proposed path?
Yeah, that's correct.
Correct, thank you. Some questions about the crossing to the north that will be retained as an at-gradient crossing. How would that be improved compared to what it is now?
The layout of the proposed crossing complies with the design manual for roads and bridges, which provides a layout for a at-grade pedestrian crossing of a high-speed dual carriageway. It provides a stagger within the central reserve, so that people are forced to cross one carriageway at a time. At the moment, the existing crossing is a straight across one with just a gap in the barrier, so you could actually cross in one manoeuvre. So it's safer from that point of view.
And what sort of barriers are placed to protect people in that situation?
So there are road safety barriers on either side of the central reserve at that location, and those overlap. So rather than there being a gap and a discontinuation of the road safety barrier, they overlap with a full protection length of 10 metres.
Okay. Mr. Robertson, you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Seddon. Therefore, if one has to cross part of the dual carriageway, you then have to find a way to manoeuvre 10 metres between the two barriers to try to get across the next piece of the dual carriageway, if you have the ability to do so. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the dimension provided in the standards is a minimum of 1.5 metres between those barriers to allow you to do that.
Yes, but you're still having to cross two sides of a dual carriageway. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else got questions about the design of that crossing? Mr. Jones?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So the existing through path of the centre reservation at that point, although you're saying there's barriers there, I mean the existing is one of these what I call centre reservation rope arrangements, where it's the 3 steel wire configuration, which is not really a true barrier. So are you saying under the redesign of this, it's proper Armco barriers, full steel, let's say double layered, so that you're protected from both carriageways when you're safely crossing in the centre? I don't know what you called it, but the Z zone, if you like, the bit where you enter that area and then exit again, it's going to be fully protected with full steel Armco barriers, not the existing wire arrangements.
That's the proposals. Yes.
Anyone else on that topic? Yes.
Could I ask, please? I'm beginning to lose track of what aspects we're talking. I suppose inevitably we're wandering from one thing to another. I wanted to come back to the council on the matter of the strategy that was referred to earlier. I also want to question the council on the way it addresses its own policies. At what point would this be appropriate?
Right. Come on, Simon. Just on what we've been discussing, does anybody else want to comment on that, on the crossing to the north?
Can I comment on the crossing to the north, please? It's Teresa here. I think there's a lot of evidence from some of the discussions we've had in the Redgorton community that the vast majority of people will not use or just don't use the crossings because they're unsafe. We've got quite a mixed population of younger people and older people. Someone has actually gone out and bought a car because they have given up trying to go across the road to catch the bus. I don't know, with an at-grade crossing, what would be the minimum age group for someone to be able to use that crossing on their own. We've got young people in the village, but I would think that their parents wouldn't allow them out to cross an at-grade crossing. And so we've also got a member of the community who, to catch a bus into Perth, catches a bus into Lunc and then goes north into Lunc to catch the bus going south, because they are not physically able to cross at that point without, because of the speed of the traffic. I think people found it a lot easier when there was works during lockdown and there was a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. That seemed to be a little bit more approachable for some people, and it was down to one lane. But actually, I think a lot of the village just don't use any of the crossings at the moment and therefore won't use the buses. It's hard to catch a bus there. You know, you're trying to see the bus and there's so many issues. So that, I suppose my question would be, what would be the age group, or, you know, how do we make that crossing as accessible and friendly so that people actually want to and are not scared to go down and actually use the crossing?
Council like to comment on that?
I'm not sure what the
I think the question is about really what age group is it suitable for in terms of young people particularly.
would be able to give a firm position on that. That would be entirely dependent on the users. It's not something that I would.
Vicky McLean.
Thank you. Just to add some context, I think Sustrans guidance is that for any active travel route should be designed for an unaccompanied 12-year-old and up. That's a slightly different design or process than what we've gone through here, but that tends to be their rule of thumb. But I think Ross's point is very valid, and it would be wrong to assume that all 12-year-olds could use any of these types of crossings. Some of them might be exceptionally streetwise, some of them might not be, and some may be able-bodied, and some may have challenges as well. So I don't think you can come up with a sweeping age that would match for everybody.
Anyone else on that point at all?
Yes, Mr. Seddon. Truly for clarification, we are present talking about the existing crossing, I gather, and I'd agree that I don't think you put an age on it because it depends on the individual's abilities. But Mr. Seddon, am I right in assuming that we will be coming back to the new proposed crossing this afternoon? Is that correct?
The new proposed crossing. You mean the one that
the one that was marked as F on the original drawing?
Yes, we can do. Yes.
Next, that's the main thrust of my objection, which is then connected to public sector quality duty and standards.
Okay. Do you want to come back to that then this afternoon? You know,
it's separate. I think it's an issue on all its own. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Andrews, I think what I'm going to suggest now is we have a short break, and perhaps we can go through your policy issues and strategy issues. It's acceptable. Okay. Yep. Yeah, fine. So if we reconvene at 11:45, 12. Thanks very much. I'll just adjourn.
you.
Sorry, Colin, do you realise, oh, you just stated it down, I was going to say, oh, did they say, do you realise you've got a legacy hand up? Sorry.
It's not a legacy hand,
Oh,
it's
it's not
actually
legacy. Sorry,
a
Colin.
new hand for the reporter.
Oh, you're getting off the mark quick. Sorry, Mr. Seddon. That was a legacy. I think we all do too many of these things online now. Getting too used to the way.
You're on mute, Martin. Mr. Snedden.
Mute. Well, everybody back? You let go. Right. Can everybody hear me at all? No.
Yep.
Yeah. Can everybody
Yeah.
hear? Yeah. And everybody's back.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Right. It's just obviously the images aren't coming up. So okay, I'll reconvene the hearing. Now, Mr. Andrews, you want to talk about council strategy and policies. So is that the appropriate time for you to do that?
If you say so. Yes.
Yeah.
Porter, sorry, could I interrupt just maybe to help before Mr. Andrews goes on to that topic? Now, it's up to you, but obviously from the context of what was said before, it may be important that the council sets out the overall position of the road, just in line with your bullet point, your bullet points to set out. There seems to be a kind of general misunderstanding at times of the context of the project and the changes. So I'm just wondering whether you want Denise Ritchie, first of all, to fairly comprehensively go through the road improvement side of it. Then Mr. Fletcher can go on to the current path situation and the proposed paths. Now, we've covered some of it, but there seemed to be, through the questioning, and perhaps taking that approach will clarify a few points for people. If you feel you want to go that direction, but I think that might be helpful. Certainly, that was my take of the first part of the session.
Okay. Are you happy with that, Mr. Andrews? That we let the council go through things first, and then you can come in after that.
Yeah, fine.
Yep. Okay. Okay, Mr. Elliott.
I'll turn to Denise Ritchie first on the kind of the road improvements, the overall context, and then to Mr. Fletcher for the current and proposed path changes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So the CTLR project essentially consists of new single carriageway roads and active travel route linking the A9 corridor in the west over the River Tay and the Highland Main Line to the A93 and the A94 north of Scone. Hopefully you're all with that so far. North of the River Amond on the A9, the realignment is approximately 2 kilometres of the dual carriageway, and it includes a junction which provides access from the trunk road to the CTLR via a bridge over the A9. The image, if you kind of refer as I'm talking to the image on the chart, that should probably help, particularly when I'm talking about the area around the A9. So it's worth noting that realignment will be up to 150 metres or so to the west of its existing footprint. From the west roundabout of the junction, a stub will be provided to link in the future to the Perth Park development, which is phase 3 of the Perth Transport Futures project, of which the CTLR is phase 2. So on the other side of the A9, access to Denmark Field will be maintained via a single track road with passing places, and that's a shared surface with the NMU route, the active travel route along the existing A9 corridor. So heading east of the junction, the CTLR will cross a bridge over the Highland Mainline Railway in the River Tay and then continue east to a new roundabout on Stormontfield Road. This roundabout will provide access to Perth Racecourse, Scone Camping and Caravanning Park, Scone Palace and Stormontfield. If we could have had the overview plan up, it would have helped. And maybe if somebody can pop that in the chat, that might help.
Yeah.
Just to let you.
If we can do that as I did before, that'd be very helpful. Thanks. Okay.
The route then heads northeast to the A93, where a roundabout will be formed north of Botty Cottages. You're familiar with those. So the CTLR then passes southeast through Highfield Plantation, where Highfield Green Bridge will connect the woodland habitat on either side of the CTLR, providing access both for wildlife and non-motorised users, NMUs. So a roundabout will maintain access to Highfield, north and south of the CTLR, and also provide access to the future Scone North development. The route then continues to a roundabout on the A94 where it terminates north of the Scone Park and Ride roundabout. So the road infrastructure that I've just described the route of, that will include drainage, signage, lighting, hard and soft landscaping, car and cycle parking along the A9 corridor and bus stops along the CTLR. If I hand over to Ross Fletcher now, he'll describe the existing path network and the proposed paths as well. Thanks, Ross.
Yeah, well, sorry, I was on mute there. Yeah, it's probably worth going back to the previous plan 71 that concentrated on the A9 kind of corridor, if you like, discuss this point. So essentially, the current path network, most people will be familiar with it. So we've got Lunc 124, which is the subject to the discussions today. That's shown in this plan as the kind of red dashed line. Some other paths that are worth mentioning that aren't shown in this plan at the moment, but Lunc 102 obviously follows the existing A9 along the existing A9 corridor on the east side. Lunc 121 is the path that comes down from Redgorton down towards the bus stops, and again that's affected by the realignment of the A9 as well, subject to a separate order. And then there's Lunc 2, which is also right away, which is on the west bank of the Tay. There's also core paths on the east bank of the Tay, which are subject to realignment, but they're subject to a separate order, which was not subject to any objections, so that order's already been made. There was a further order required way further east at the Scone end of the scheme, but it's probably not worth touching on that. We'll best concentrate on the kind of A9 area. So I think we've pretty much well established what's happening with Lunc 124 through discussions this morning. So Lunc 124, the red dashed line on this plan I'm referring to, obviously it starts on the west. It's worth clarifying that starts on the west side of the A9 at a field entrance, and it's basically a field track that's used for farm vehicles to get up into that field to access in there. it doubles as a core path, as many other field accesses do in this area. So we've kind of discussed the diversion that's required for that up to Redgorton and back down if you want to get back to the other side of the A9. The other thing that's worth pointing out, which I think maybe caused a wee bit of confusion this morning, or maybe not, but it's worth clarifying anyway, is Lunc 102, which is the path on currently on the east side of the A9. Essentially, if you think historically, when trunk roads have been diverted or realigned, there's been kind of areas of the old road left in place, and that's the council doesn't want to do that. It's not best practice. It creates an area of low amenity, if you like. So we want to create an area of high amenity. So the existing A9 corridors are all going to be fully re-landscaped. There's going to be suds ponds in there and an active travel route. And as Denise says, it's going to double for access to a handful of properties at Denmark Field as well. But also including in that corridor a park and cycle, a small car park where people can park up and use. They'll have access to active travel routes that they didn't have previously. And as Denise alluded to, the Great Separated Junction there also includes the active travel routes. So from that Lunc 102 realignment, the new kind of landscaped corridor of the existing A9, users will have access to the Tay Bridge crossing, so they will have access to both the west bank and the east bank of the Tay. So I just thought it's worth providing the kind of context for that. And then they'll have onward access into Perth. So, for example, people using the park and cycle will be able to park up and potentially cycle into Perth, and that kind of thing. So I think that probably covers the A9 area. Further east is probably less relevant to this hearing, but obviously further east there's obviously the active travel route which connects the whole kind of Lunkery area to Scone via active travel. And it also provides some links to other core paths around the A93 and the A94. And as Denise alluded to, we're going to put the Green Bridge in at Highfield to maintain connectivity in there, both for kind of mammal passage and ecology, as well as the pedestrian linkages at the Highfield Forest over there. But yeah, I think it's just worth doing that, discussing that and highlighting that, just to give a bit of kind of overall context as to the path inclusions that we've got within this scheme at the moment. But happy to take any queries on that. Bora, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody got any questions on the sort of wider network? No. So is that everything from the council, Mr. Elliott, on that topic?
Not at this stage. I think we're over to Mr. Andrews in the policy context. But sorry, Becky McLean wanted to read something.
Yes, Becky McLean, yes, she'd like to speak.
Thank you. It was just one point of clarification, because I think when we looked at the original plan, it had the A's and the B's and the C's on it. And we were talking about the A to B. That bit that's stopping up, that's not across the A9 just now. So the realigned A9 will physically cut that section of the path, but the actual crossing at the A9 was a bit further across. I think it was just to make that clarification as well, in terms of stopping up.
Yeah.
There's actually one thing maybe I didn't highlight that maybe should have. Just on the plan there, the plan 71, there's a kind of area for development there, which is going to be a future designated in the LDP as a future kind of park and ride. And there was a bit of confusion over the potential grey squiggly line, if you like, that links Lunc 1, that people thought linked 124 down to the new roundabout, but it doesn't. But it's just to clarify that is a development site that's designated in the LDP that will be a future kind of park and ride, and the council has undertaken that we'll look to link that in the future when that development comes forward. But the issue we've got just now is we don't really know exactly what kind of that development is going to look like, but there will be a park and ride in there, so there will be a development. It'll be once that comes forward that we'll be able to look at that kind of path linkages, and obviously the overall kind of Bertha Park development as a whole will need to link in with the existing path network. So that'll be something for our planning officers and the developers to take forward once that comes forward. I just thought it's worth clarifying that.
Okay, thanks. I know that's been mentioned in a couple of representations, so we'll probably come on to that later. Yeah. We're looking at alternatives. Anybody else want to comment at all? What? If not,
Sorry, could I come in the reporter just to be clear? Becky McLean almost said it. When Mr. Andrews' plan, just for point of clarification only, Mr. Andrews' plan at point A is actually on the west side of the A9. That's the end of Lunc 124. So that all gets stopped up. So in all discussions about where you would walk, actually, I think what Mr. Andrews was intending was actually more at Denmark Field in the top of Lunc 101, or the corner of Lunc 102 is where I think he's referring to, because point A is not on the east side of the A9, it's on the west side of the A9. I'm sure that can be clarified as we go along.
Oh, I think that was perfectly clear, yes.
right. So, Mr. Andrews, do you want to go through your statement now on policies and
some questions, really, yes.
Yeah.
I want to just quote something that the council said. Firstly, the pedestrian crossing strategy for the design of this realigned section of the A9 is to minimum at-grade pedestrians crossings, etc. This is in keeping with the strategy for the Scottish Government's A9 dualling project as a whole. Now, in keeping with is a slightly vague phrase. I hope one has to understand that as meaning sort of conforming to or applying that strategy. But then it goes on to talk about the fact that it's agreed with Transport Scotland, the design standards, and in accordance with the strategy it has developed, namely the A9 dualling programme, non-motorised user access strategy made 2016. Are you hearing me? I'm getting a bounce back of noise here. Okay, yeah. So
yep.
If you look further into that same document, you've got a section 5, which lists what they call objectives for access provision. And the first one of those says there will be no surface, in brackets, at grade crossings of the dual A9. So I think my question to the council is, why do you think that strategy objective is there?
Just a very quick comment and then I'll hand over to Denise Ritchie, but I think that it's important to understand the overall context here, in that the A9 is a trunk road, and therefore, as a council, we had to enter in discussions with Transport Scotland, because of course they have, not so much in planning permission, but they have, on the roadside, they have a huge input there. Essentially, it's their road, and I use that in a very layperson's way, but they have the responsibility. We needed to speak to them. But in terms of direct answer to Mr. Andrews' question, I think the best person to respond to that would be Denise Ritchie.
Well, I was asking the council, the people who took the decision.
Well, Denise Ritchie is SUO, who are our consultants, and is therefore able to speak on our behalf at this point.
Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Andrews, if you could let the council just proceed with the consultants. Thank you.
Okay. So in consultation with Transport Scotland, as Colin said, we had to consult with them. So in that consultation, they referred us to the strategy, which, as you see, is their objective is to avoid at-grade crossings where possible. In discussion with them, they agreed that it was necessary to make provision for a crossing at Redgorton because of the existing bus service that had to be maintained there. So they did acknowledge that this was a requirement, and that the low level of usage didn't justify the provision of a bridge or an underpass.
Well, putting it politely, I'm afraid you haven't answered my question. My question was, why do you think there is that strategy objective, that it exists, the objective to have no at-grade crossings?
Sorry, I didn't intentionally not answer your question. I believe that would be, I mean, I'm speculating here, I should say, because I didn't ask them the question, but I would believe it would be because in an ideal situation, you would provide grade separation. But in all of the circumstances, the needs of everyone have to be taken account of, including budgetary constraints. So the high cost of a bridge or an underpass is a consideration.
Well, I won't put the same point back to you. Wouldn't it be fair to say that the object of removing all at-grade crossings is that they are the least safe way of crossing a dual carriageway trunk road? Wouldn't that be a fair understanding of it?
I would say that a grade separated or a footbridge or an underpass is safer because there's no conflict, no potential for conflict. But yes, it has to be balanced. The provision of such a feature, an expensive feature, has to be balanced with all of the circumstances and all of the needs.
Yes, but we're talking about strategy objectives. Yeah, that's fair enough. I think you answered it partly there. So the council then is sending people a substantial distance in order to use a crossing in which there is an element of danger. That's understood. And when the council says that that crossing is safer, it is not saying it is safe. That I'm understanding that correctly, am I?
Back to myself, yes.
To whoever's answering on behalf of the council, yes.
Yes, it is safer. I think you can't really use the term safe because it's an absolute term, and there's always risk with roads and with pedestrians crossing roads.
Fine, I think that's a perfectly sensible response. Another objective says sorry, I'm having problem with my eyes. Just give me a moment to remove that drips. The integrity and sensitivity of existing non-motorised user routes will be taken into account to inform the design process. And then it goes on to avoid permanent severance of core paths and rights of way where possible. Now, do you agree that what is happening to core path of Lunc T124 actually results in severance?
If I could come in to begin, the Dennis Rich here is on mute, but if I could come in to begin with. Giving context, I understand the practical and the legal side can be a little bit seen in different context, but the Denmark Field crossing is an informal crossing. It's not a formal path. In terms of the order, the stop the up and the diversion doesn't relate directly to that. And I appreciate there's the impact, but at that point I'll hand over to Denise Ritchie. Is there anything more to add?
Not really, no. Whether technically it's severance when the core path doesn't continue across the road is perhaps a technicality.
So the removal of part of the path doesn't count as severance?
It's not really a path, it's an informal crossing.
No, I'm talking about as you yourself have pointed out, it is part of the core path that is being stopped up, that is being removed.
Yes, for the element of the A9, but that's not the, to be clear, the stopping up element is from the end of Lunc T124 upwards. So that's the side of the A9 going at that point westwards. Whereas I'm not talking the informal crossing Denmark.
I absolutely agree and understand you completely. What I'm saying is you are removing a part of the core path by the stopping up order? Does that not constitute severance in this sense?
We're replacing it with another section of core path. So if it was if you're saying any removal of core path would be severance if you're removing it, is that what you mean? I mean, we're replacing it with another section of core path. So I suppose it comes down to what you define as severance.
It seems so to me, but it'd be wearisome to pursue that any further, I think, wouldn't it? I think I've attempted to make the point. It then goes on to say it should maintain existing levels of non-motorised user route connectivity and, where possible, improve for all types of user, including vulnerable users such as children, the elderly and the disabled. I'm not clear how the scheme you have put forward here actually is in line with those objectives.
Well, I think that depends. It depends if you look at that in the narrow sense as to you're looking at specifically at 124, or whether you look at it in the wider context. What I was describing with the improvements we're making in the existing N9 corridor that's going to be re-landscaped and a high quality NMU link provided with the park and cycle, different links up to the bridge over the Tay, access to paths on the east bank of the Tay that you never had before, that are all being provided to a high standard, access to the Schoon area from Lunkery area that you're going to be able to walk to, woodland over there that you currently can't access without going a long complicated route and probably driving there. So I suppose it depends what. I mean, that's if you're saying that, I mean that's a kind of objective for the scheme rather than an objective for this sole issue you're talking about for Lunc 124. So I would argue that if you're looking at a scheme context, then yes, we're achieving that. But if you're obviously trying to apply it to just the localised narrow context to Lunc 124.
That is the context in which this discussion is taking place.
Precisely.
I think the rest of what you're saying, whether it be true or not, is not relevant to the point that I'm making. This is all about the diversion of this particular core path.
Here.
All I'm trying to say is the council's taking a decision, and there is wider context to that decision. I don't think it's fair to look at it and apply objectives or policies to just something that's an individual aspect of a scheme, where the council's got to consider the scheme as a whole when it's making these decisions. That's all I would say.
Well, I'm not the arbiter on that point, am I?
Okay.
Denise Ritchie, I think you would like to speak. Right.
Yeah, just wanted to make the point, even on the narrow point of the design of the diversion, just at the crossing and at the bus stop area, we have taken into account the design standards of roads for all, where we can do that. So it is designed in accordance with the requirements of these users.
Right. Yeah. And then we get a further comment from the council. You've explained that it's not possible to put a traffic light control at grade crossing at Redgorton because of the high speeds of approaching vehicles. That indicates that there is considerable danger there if you're not able to provide that sort of facility. Does that not mean, therefore, that the pedestrians, the disabled, the horse riders, if they choose, the cyclists, are at risk from the high speed of approaching vehicles?
What I was referring to there is the design standard. Cycling by design, which is Transport Scotland's design standard, precludes the provision of standalone traffic signal crossings on roads that have an approach speed, an 85 percentile approach speed, as they call it, of more than 80 kilometres per hour or 50 miles per hour. So that is I wouldn't call it a ban, but they are precluded. That's not a provision that as a designer we're allowed to make. And it's for the reason, given the stationary vehicles on the road of that nature, which would be occasional and would be unexpected, represents a road safety risk.
But in practice, regardless of design standards, that is the reality that will face people there if this scheme is authorised. That's a statement, not a question. So fair enough.
Can I, sorry, step in, Mr. Seddon, but there is a point I've seen of what Mr. Andrews said, and I'm going to apologise to Mr. Andrews if I got this wrong, but there seems to be an assumption that people will continue to cross at the same level informally at the future. And perhaps ask Denise Ritchie to, I mean, I may have got that wrong, Mr. Andrews, but certainly my reading of it, that's how it came across. But certainly, if I could ask Denise Ritchie to explain
If I'm
the landscaping and the barriers.
I'm sorry, but I wasn't understanding you or meaning that way. So it's not necessary. No, I wasn't meaning that. I was only.
I apologise because it's just the way I read it was as I tried, but it still might be helpful if Denise Ritchie explains the landscaping and the barriers at the Denmark field level, not the paths, because of course they're either side, but the realigned part. What's going to happen there?
Okay, that's fine. Denise, if you'd like to proceed.
Okay, so the 160 metres or so of the path which has to be stopped up, that will be removed by the engineering works for the road realignment, and on the footprint where the current core path sits, there will be the road construction, the earthworks and landscaping both to the west and the east of the realigned road, all sitting on top of the current footprint of the core path. So if you were coming from the west on Lunc 124, there has been a suggestion that there might be a tendency to cross the road at the same point, but the realigned path that takes you to the north will be very clear what that route is. And if you did try to continue on the line of the original Lunc 124 path now stopped up, that would take you into a fence line which would cross your path, and also landscaping scheme which you would have to pick your way through and then obviously cross the road. Coming from the east, similarly, but there is a greater distance on this side. It's almost 100 metres of landscaping, and again a fence line that will be continuous up that side of the E9 and would block the path of anyone trying to follow the original route. So I appreciate, Mr. Andrews, that wasn't your point you're trying to make here, but for these reasons, we don't think that people will try to cross at Denmark Field as they do it at the moment.
That wasn't my question, though, but thank you.
I appreciate that.
Is there anything else, Mr. Andrews? Sorry, Keith Robertson, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Seddon. I can ask a question first. Following on what Mr. Andrews is saying about the crossing, am I right to assume that there will be drop curbs and blister tactile paving?
Yes.
The crossing. Thank you
Yes.
very much. When, if you look at the guidance on the use of tactile paving surfaces, when an authority puts down tactile paving surfaces, they are in effect saying this is a safe place to cross. It is not. You have to cross two sides of a dual carriageway at traffic at 70 miles per hour, negotiate a length of barrier that's on a zigzag where you've got to go through it, then cross another two. I know this is getting into what I want to talk about this afternoon, but nevertheless, another 2 lanes of dual carriageway. I would strongly suggest, that is not a safe place to cross. And the issue of footfall, I would like to address Mr. Seddon, if that's okay, this afternoon, because I don't think we've got enough time to address that this morning.
Right, that's
But
correct.
the guidance in the use of tactile paving surfaces has just been rewritten and republished in July last year. I was also in the working group for that. That's what it states, that if you put, it indicates a safe place to cross, and it's not. Thank you, Mr. Said.
Councillor, just like to comment on the design and whether there would be drop curb and tactile paving.
Relation to the update that you talk about, the design standards reference date for the CTLR project, which is a design build project, which means the contractor is responsible for delivering the design. So there is a reference date that relates to when the contract was originally issued, is December 2020. So it may be that is the difference in what you're saying, and that's something I would have to check out, because I haven't looked at those the recent update that you're talking about.
If I may come back, Mr. Seddon, that's all right. I believe it was in the original one anyway. But if that is what you're saying, that it is being the case, then standards that are 22 years old are being used at the crossing when there's actually new ones, albeit after the date you're given, are available. And that, to me, that just simply does not make sense to use standards that are 22 years old.
Yeah.
We're using Roads for All, which isn't 22 years old. I think it's 2013 that was dated.
No,
We as designers, we can only use the standards that are in place at the time.
No, I'm talking about the guidance to use tactile paving surfaces, not Roads for All.
Is the council saying that the standards would be, well, the scheme would be reviewed in light of the new standards?
Denise, there was a technical query from the contractor's designer on that, and I did go back to them to highlight, because Mr. Robertson's highlighted previously that there's updated design standards on that. So I did highlight AFGB, who's the current contractor's consultant. So I've already highlighted to them that there's an update in the standards that they'll be looking to do that.
Yeah.
Mr. Robertson did do that through email correspondence previously to highlight that to us a few months ago. I think Keith emailed us, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Ross, very much so. Thank you.
Mr. Andrews, anything else on this topic that you wanted to say at the moment?
Not on this topic. You also kindly said that I could question the council on the policy issues, but if we're breaking for lunch in 5 minutes, that might be a bit inconvenient to start and not complete it.
Yeah, I think unless there's anything else around what we just talked about from anybody, then it's probably sensible to break now and just reconvene 1 hour later. And it was going to be 12:30, 1:30, so reconvene at 1:25.
Need for insulin, would you really appreciate that, Mr. Secretary?
Okay, right. Yeah, so we'll adjourn again and reconvene at 1:25. Yeah. Okay, thanks very much.
Afternoon.
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 Had a good break.
Enjoyed the lunch.
Refueled.
Quick sandwich, catching up on emails.
Yeah.
I was going to ask Mr. Snedden, are we going to stick to that timescale for lunch every day? You're normally quite rigid about that, just so I can plan. There's a few other things going on at work. It'd be handy if I could plan for catching up with people at lunchtime. If we were always going to keep it the half, well, for tomorrow, if we're going to keep it the 12:30 to 1:30 roughly.
Yeah, that's my intention.
That's fine.
Things are going reasonably well, so we'll have to see. We may well finish either today or tomorrow. See how things go.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. Right. Lost my gallery view before, but it seems to come back now, thankfully. So I think it's everybody back. Mr. Elliott is back. Elliott, I don't think. You back, Mr. Elliott? No.
He might be having connection problems. I think he sent us a message in the break saying he was having email, council email wasn't connecting properly. So I don't know if he's having.
I had to restart over lunchtime. I think it's a problem at our end because there was a message about server and internet stuff.
Yeah, we'll just give him a few minutes, see what they're.
Here he is.
All right, good. Okay. Just enjoying the fine weather in Perth, as I can see behind you.
We have certain background effects, and I quite like that one, although it's getting a bit warm because there's not been much snow this year, so I should change it to the one with a bluebell wood. I should change it to that one.
Okay.
It might be all right in Perth, but out in Auckland, it feels like you do background. I'll tell you. I'll just put my heater on.
It's cold.
Okay, well, we'll reopen the hearing, and we've got a few things to talk through. Council strategy and policies, Mr. Andrews. Issues about accessibility, underpass, bridge, other alternatives. So there's sort of things we need to go through, I think, this afternoon. So, Mr. Andrews, would you like to start with your statement?
So I'm just wondering whether you would want to deal with Mr. Robertson now, since that sort of follows on logically from what we were talking about before lunch, and his priorities may be important than mine. Just a thought, that's all.
You prefer that, Mr. Robertson? You prefer to speak now?
Whatever
Yeah.
your wishes, Mr. Sen.
Yeah, I think your time is limited anyway. So yes, if you'd like to talk about its many qualities, isn't it?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I'll be as brief as I can.
Fine.
In my written submission, I raised what I consider some serious concerns in road safety, because I don't believe that enough consideration is being given to a pedestrian bridge over the A9, and instead right across an area, across one of the busiest arterial routes in the country. I'm not really interested in what the footfall count is on either side of the core path, because one accident or one death is one too many. And I believe it can be avoided if a bridge that can take NMU traffic could be built. Now, the most recent figure for an overbridge was 2.5 million, which, taken in isolation, I accept is a lot of money. However, if you take it as a percentage of the overall scheme, it is a tiny percentage. It is a little over 2% of the entire scheme. And given that it's a little over 2% of the cost of the entire scheme, I believe that we must not be seen to be putting monetary value on life. It does link in to public sector equality duty. Because I don't believe that the council have missed the public sector equality duty in screening out at committee stage. And there is a document that I'm sorry I haven't lodged, Mr. Seddon, but I could send it to you if you like, called Assessing Impact on the Public Sector Equality Duty, a guide for public authorities in Scotland. It's published by the Equality and Human Rights Commission. I'll not go into the first bit of it, but it says that I believe it's not only talking about the PSED, but it's also talking about practice, because it says that the developing criteria is where policy or practice is a major one in terms of scale or significance. It's when public sector equality duty should be used. Or there is a clear indication that although the policy or practice is minor, but is likely to have a major impact on some equality groups, then it should be carried out. Or an equivalent that the method that the public body would use that would deliver the same outcome. I also was on to say that it's not something that is a tick box exercise that should be used at the beginning of a process, but is indeed a working document that should be used all the way through, including after construction, as it can be used as a good measuring tool to be able to measure whether the aims and the outcomes that a particular policy or project was aiming to deliver has actually delivered it. Otherwise, how do we measure such a thing? You know, and I believe that that same principle applies to the physical feature of a bridge or an overpass for NMU routes. That it's not just how many people are going to use it, it's how severe would the consequences be if it was not created. And here, I would like everyone to imagine, if they can, to try to envisage someone like myself who's a wheelchair user, or someone who uses a long cane, or maybe just a parent with a child in a buggy, trying to cross firstly 2 lanes of dual carriageway where traffic's travelling at up to 70 miles per hour, trying to negotiate a gap in the barrier, and then try to cross another 2 lanes of a dual carriageway with traffic travelling at the same speed, surely is not only a ridiculous situation, but a very dangerous one. And to clean out the reason that was given on an email that was dated, my apologies, sorry, let's move it. I can't remember the date. Email dated 23rd of April 2021. The council states that any impact assessment had been screened out, as it had been judged not to discriminate against any of the protected characteristics named within the Equality Act, and in particular a reference to disabled groups, because any new infrastructure will be designed to current standards with regards to accessibility. But that presupposes that, one, the standards are up to date, which we found out this morning are often not. And secondly, that the preferred standard is not always the case, because standards like roads for all, like cycling by design, as a couple of examples, are the bare minimum that is required. And they're future-proof. You know, we can deliver better. We've proven it on countless projects that we can deliver better than the minimum requirement. And there are occasions where, because of topography and such like, it's difficult, but that is rare. And I don't believe that that has been taken into consideration, and I certainly don't hold with that being a reason for public sector equality duty to be screened out. Later on, I also emailed the council and received a reply on the 11th of March, because they were having what they called meet the contractor sessions. And I pointed out that the two venues weren't accessible to disabled people or to older people, that being the Douglas Memorial Hall in Scone and the hall at Lunc. And I got an email, a very nice email back, but saying that the two events not being consultations, but being basically a Q&A session with the contractor, you know, didn't need to hold to the same accessibility. But nevertheless, the council did admit that lessons could be learned. But that means that only those who are fitly and able-bodied can have an input, and that shouldn't be the case. Everyone who be affected should be able to have their say and to have their opinions heard, and I really don't believe that that's the case. And as I know, with the crossing at, I think, point F, as it was on the first map this morning, to have to try to cross a dual carriageway, in my mind, is just a ridiculous situation. And I really believe that people will view it that price has been put on life, and it really makes me so uncomfortable that could be the case. You know, I really don't like putting in objections of doing what this way, because I'm not used to it. I'm used to working with public bodies as a critical friend. But when the critical friend will not listen or take things on board, sometimes there is no other option. You know, and I would like you, as the reporter and the inquiry, to take into consideration, Mr. Tedden, not the cost in isolation of what the bridge will be, but as a percentage of the overall cost of the project. Because then, at just over 2% of that cost, I can't see how that extra funding, like up to 2.5 million over and above 118, can't be found somewhere and a case made for people's safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
I've kept that as I possibly could.
Okay. And so, Becky McLean, I think you would like to respond.
Hi there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Keith. I think my colleagues might come back to you in terms of, I think some of the key points there were safety and budget. And I know you were talking about, you know, the usage, and you're not necessarily being interested in the numbers, but I think it's worth us outlining the things that have all been considered as part of the development of this scheme and the details that have gone into the various different designs that have come forward. I think just to
Becky,
pick up your
sorry, Becky, could I interrupt? In the sense of, sorry, Becky, I don't normally do this myself.
Yeah.
But it may be helpful if I refer to the process issues in terms of the public sector equality duty first and the EQIA. Before leaving my colleagues to go into the merits of things and what happened. Now, I'm going to say to Mr. Robertson in particular, what I'm going to talk about a little bit is process-driven, what was done and why. I am not talking particularly about the outcome, the decisions taken and the fact that they've not suggested that a bridge or underpass. That's a different issue. So what I'm going to mention is that in terms of the public sector equality duty, this project has a very long gestation. It's going back at least 10 years. And although I wasn't involved, I've only really been involved in the path orders, although I've been very aware of it. In terms of the assessment for public sector ecology duty, every time, and I'm going back over 10 years now, every time a report has been done to either full council committee, it is put through what we call our integrated appraisal toolkit. And what has happened and it has aligned with council practice at that point over the years, where the overall positive, it's been assessed to have overall positive impacts of the whole project. And therefore, it did not then go on to an EQIA. So it was put through a toolkit and was screened out of doing an EQIA. Now, that's at every point in report to committee. Very important to understand is that it changed its nature. There was consultation done that Becky McLean was referring to, and the issues were given consideration, and I'll leave others to refer to that. But what we then change, it changes its nature of how you look at it, because you then flip over to the planning application. The planning application itself is no longer an internal council policy, practice or strategy. What we're then looking at is effectively a developer, which is the council on this occasion, that's true, but applying to the council for planning permission. And I'm saying this through very recent case law, which I know I haven't lodged, but give the context. The appropriate thing to do when you look at the planning application is the issues raised are addressed. Now, in terms of your issues, Mr. Robertson, I'm not going to say every single detail has been addressed, but I draw the reporter's attention to the report to handling, which is PKC 11. And there's only 3 paragraphs on public access, that is true. And it's really paragraph 93. And what paragraph 93 has done is identified there has been an objection about the removal of the crossing point that we're talking about here at between Redgorton and Lunc 124. It recognises that it's going to be longer to get back round to the same or similar point, but then obviously takes a view, and I appreciate Mr. Robertson doesn't agree with this, takes a view that it's going to provide a safer crossing, and this is the one we've been talking about further up. And it also indicates that for core paths, existing core paths where key routes affected being adequately considered and account is taken in the council's duties under the Qualities Act 2010. There is another document where the issue was generally considered as well, and if you bear with me, PKC 18 was the report to the Executive Director of Communities, who was the decision maker to advance 6 path orders. We're obviously only looking at 4. And just to very quickly say that paragraph 2.2 makes similar reference to the report to handling. And there's also other parts in Appendix B, I think it is, in the community green space assessment of the issues, again referring to mobility issues. Now, I fully appreciate Mr. Robertson will not agree with the outcome. The point I'm making is we are now in a regulatory type process, and the appropriate thing, what we're saying as a council is we complied with practice, through going to full council, we complied with our practice. The overall project had positive impacts. and therefore it was screened out of EQIA. That's what I'm saying in terms of the reports to council. But it's now changed its nature. It went to committee, or full council, I should say, as a planning application. The issue was assessed, and of course, planning permission granted. And we're now in the same position, in a path order position, where again we've looked at it. It doesn't require, at this particular stage, it does not require a separate assessment or EQIA, and that comes from very recent case law. I'm not sure, Mr. Seddon, you're aware of it, but it was a challenge against one of your colleagues in Loch Lomond Trossachs National Park's review of their core path plan. And it's a very, I won't go into detail, but it was very interesting when it was said, you don't need a separate document. What you need to do is look at it and assess it. Don't need a lot of detail. You look at it and assess it. You deal with what's been raised. And in that particular example, I will mention this, the EQIA, the Loch Lomond Trossachs National Park, was said to be insufficient. But that wasn't the point. The point was addressing the issues in the report that goes to the Scottish Minister. Now, I will apologise for going on this long in terms of the public sector equality duty. What we're saying is we have complied. It does change its nature as we go along, but I'm only talking about process here. I think I'll hand over to Becky McLean in terms of the merits and what's been done.
Okay, thank you.
Colin? I think the main point I was going to cover was the consultation event and the latest ones with the contractors. So the two locations that were selected in Luncarty and Scone were attended by both elderly and disabled people, and there was ramps, etc., put down to make sure that they could access them. So there was consideration given to that, and these events were able to be attended by both elderly groups and disabled. So it was just to make that point, if that's of any use. And then I think, Ross, is it worth you coming in from a budget perspective to comment on that side of things?
Yeah, I can certainly comment for that side of things. I can appreciate the initial thoughts about the small percentages within the overall budget for CTLR. But we get comments like that, regardless if people are looking for a footbridge to be included. There's various other people would love to see loads of other things included with CTLR during consultation, and that's what we get all the time is the size of the budget. Then everybody seems to obviously assume that we've got a massive budget and we can include various things. I would say the percentage of the overall budget is really irrelevant when we're considering whether we should provide a footbridge or not, because what I would say is £2.5 million of public money is £2.5 million of public money, regardless of what percentage of the overall scheme it comes to. I'd be probably interested to know if, for example, what people's thoughts would be if we had £2.5 million to spend on a footbridge somewhere or on a road safety issue somewhere. Would this be the location that people would look to get that? You know, setting CTLR aside, is this the best location to be spending £2.5 million? And that's when, like Becky says, I know Mr. Robertson wanted to set usage aside, but that's when things like usage and whether it's proportionate to spend the money in that location, that's when all these things come into play. So I would say usage is relevant, and I would argue that the percentage of it being part of the overall CTLR budget, I would say that's much less relevant.
Yeah, Mr. Elliott.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to make a point. I appreciate Mr. Roberts and Mr. Andrews have their hand up. Make a point beyond what Mr. Fletcher has said, in that where we are now, there is a bridge or underpass is not part of the scheme. There's no planning permission for it. So to include that would require another planning application. We need to consider the roads asset, the Transport Scotland as well. So there aren't permissions in place for that at the moment. So to do that, of course, would require a lot of process, a lot of time. And of course, the other effect can be that if you delay the whole project to look at a bridge and an underpass, one is we're not guaranteed on the outcome because other people make decisions, not the people in this room. But also a delay can have a fairly major impact on the finances of the project as well. In fact, very significant. I'm not sure if Mr. Fletcher can make any further comment. Should there be a delay, what the cost is going to be? I know it's very hard to put a precise figure on it.
It is very hard to put a precise figure on it, but I mean, I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility that you could potentially delay the project. You know, say it was up to a year. You're talking it would be well in excess of the cost of the footbridge. You know, well in excess of the cost of the footbridge if you delayed a project of this size by a year. So you're not the cost of the footbridge that's quoted is £2.5 million of the construction cost and the preparation costs that SWECO have quoted for, or estimated rather is a better term to use. If you made the decision at this stage to slot a footbridge into CTLR, like Colin says, you've got to go through all these different processes. So we would have little control over the delays that would cause to the project. So those would all be additional costs on top of the £2.5 million.
Right. I'm not sure who was first. I've got two people who wish to speak. Would like to speak first?
May I come back?
Yep.
That's a second, please. Thank you. I think my point about public sector equality duties actually being made for me, because had the council complied with public sector equality duty, both specific and the general duties, and engaged with people of protected characteristics from the beginning, this issue would have been flagged up then. And that could have been included at that point and would not have needed a new planning application now. I think that point, to be perfectly honest, is somewhat redundant, because yeah, I agree that we can't turn the clock back. But nevertheless, had the engagement happened, which it didn't, you know, I'm also a member of the Centre for Inclusive Living, Perth and Kinross, and I was told that they were asked to comment on this. So I made inquiries to when they were asked. They were asked if they had any comments to make once in 2018. That is not engagement, as I said, and so that, and nothing will convince me that on this occasion that Perth and Kinross Council have met the public sector equality duties. I really don't believe they have. And yeah, I agree with Ross that, you know, £2.5 million is a lot of money. Absolutely. But I don't know how you can then say leave and see the Cross T Link Road aside. How can you do that? Because it's part of it. And as part of it, it is touch over 2% of the overall budget. You know, are we really saying that this sort of money comes before people's safety? You know, if we're not putting any crossing over that dual carriageway, I would be happier. If there was no crossing at all, you know, at the old point or at the new point, because I believe both are dangerous. They're dangerous for able-bodied people, far less for anybody with a disability, older, parents with children, etc., 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 etc. And one death is one too many. You know, only a year past March, a car came across in front of me on the A9, and I'm still suffering yet, and will be on top of what I've got for the rest of my life. And that was in a car crossing the A9. So to do it on foot, I think, and especially on one of the busiest arterial routes in the country, it's a ludicrous situation. I really believe that. Thank you, Mr. Sid.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, I think would you like to direct one of your...
I can see that Denise Ritchie wants to come in, and then maybe Becky McLean. I will say that while I understand where Mr. Robertson's coming from, the overall scheme, and I'm talking about the overall scheme, we've got to watch that we are really dealing with path orders and not revisiting the planning permission for CTLR. We have to be careful there as well. And I won't make too much more comment. But there is one point in that there are already existing crossings, right? An informal crossing between Denmark Field and Lunc 124 that already exists, although very low usage. We already have the formal crossing slightly to the south of Redgorton, which is where Lunc 121 is. There's actually another one higher up, which is just out with the effects of the scheme. Towards the top end, linking 114 and 119 core paths. But beyond that, going from 2 to 1, there is an overall improvement there in terms of it's a better zigzag crossing, but I'm not technically minded on that. So I think Denise Ritchie, you had your hand up, and maybe Becky McLean after that.
Yeah, just wanted really to say by way of background information, and without wishing to take away from your point, Keith, if you have an experience on the A9, but we did check out accident statistics. We were provided them by Transport Scotland, and in the last 14 years there haven't been any accidents at these crossing point locations. There haven't been any accidents even in the vicinity, the immediate vicinity of them, say 100 metres upstream and downstream of them. And there's been no accidents on the stretch except towards the south around the River Amond area involving NMUs at all. In that time frame that have been reported, I should say. I'm obviously referring to reported accidents.
Colin said that there was an informal crossing there just now. Yeah, but in putting it where number F was on the thingy, you're formalising that crossing. It's not an informal one then.
The crossing at Redgorton currently is a formal crossing. The one at Denmark Field is informal.
Okay. Should we let Becky speak next and just something on the council side?
Just to touch on, I suppose, the kind of consultation side of things that has been carried out under the EIA procedures, there's quite a formal process that you have to follow, and particularly because this type of project falls under a major project in terms of planning law. We had various different consultation events to go and speak to the local community. They were publicised, they were held in local areas, but also all of the information was also put up online as well to try and make it as accessible as possible. When the planning application is submitted, there's also a kind of formal notification advertisement process that takes place. And this is to try and, I suppose, raise as much awareness as possible in the local community. I think one of the things that we've always tried to do is also provide an email address and contact details for the Cross Tay Link Road team, so that if people couldn't attend events, which can be for a number of reasons, whether it's work related, the times don't quite suit, we have to pick a time, but we're aware that to try and provide as much access as possible, that we've always sought to provide either contact details as telephone or email, so that people could get directly in touch with the project team and ask questions that way, as well as the formal consultation. One thing I would just highlight as well, that when we were going through the design process, we did have a consultation specifically with the Centre for Inclusive Living in Perth and Kinross, and they gave us some of their thoughts and views about how the design could be improved or things that we should consider. And that's all set out in chapter 13 of the EIA, and kind of what they'd suggested and then how we responded to that. So there has been quite a lot of consultation undertaken, and that is the whole purpose of that is to try and inform the design, and to look at that project as a whole and how can we make it as best as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Andrews? Mr. Andrews?
Yeah, I'll just switch my mic on. Sorry, I'm struggling and a bit frustrated because we had several council officers speaking one after the other without an option or ability to put questions. So it was so long ago, I'm struggling to remember the points that were made, but I'll try. And Mr. Elliott, I'm not sure that I misunderstood you on saying that the view was arrived at that it was safer to implement this diversion than to build a bridge over the realigned A9. That's what you seem to be saying. Have I got that wrong?
No. The point I was making, I was talking within the context of the public sector equality duty and talking about the processes. And what I said was every time it went to committee or full council, it was assessed through our integrated appraisal toolkit. It's an online toolkit that we have. And because it came out positive effects, we're talking paths here in general, we're talking the whole remit, including all the effects on the protected characteristics. The overall CTLR was positive, hence it was screened out of an EQIA. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not going any further forward than that.
This particular issue in isolation was only seen, if seen at all, in the context of that whole general picture of purported improvements to paths.
No. I've been talking in terms of processes. What also Becky McLean in particular has said is that consultation was undertaken. These issues were given consideration. Slight diversion, council will take a slight diversion with Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robertson indicated that it would be better if it was an EQIA, so these issues came out early on. But what we're seeing is the issues were considered earlier on. And then to give one example now, not your example of Lunc 124, but the consultation led to the Highfield Bridge, the Green Bridge, as I understand it, Mr. Fletcher, is that correct? Just need to nod your head. Yeah. Is that correct? That out of the consultation, we made changes.
Yeah, Gary. The Green Bridge is one of them. There's various other changes made through consultation and feedback we got through consultation stages of the project. Yeah.
But that, of course, has absolutely no impact on the safety of this particular scheme. That is just
it's not relevant to this particular. It's not relevant to this particular issue, but it is relevant given that I suppose what we're saying is the council hasn't consulted or hasn't been listening to people. But I think we can quite clearly document, like Becky's saying, through the documentation that's publicly available actually in the planning application. That's all documented in there. That we have done various consultations. So it's very different to say we haven't consulted than perhaps if we've consulted and you don't like the.
I wasn't asking about consultation at all.
Okay.
So fine. The second point is the one about not having had included in the planning application the possibility of planning for an overbridge. And now saying, well, one of the reasons we can't do it is because we didn't have the foresight to take on board that possibility. It seems to me that was an ingenious way of giving you a further argument against doing what is the logical, sensible thing at this stage.
Can I just say that, sorry, Mr. Seddon, I jumped in there when I shouldn't have done. Just say that was not the intention. The first part is the matters were considered and of course design put in for the project put in for planning and it was granted planning. And the decision was taken not to have, we're not suggesting a bridge or underpass. It was considered, the conclusion was not to have a bridge or underpass. And you have the overall project that was applied for planning permission. Yes, planning permission was granted. And what we're saying is, where we are now, to put in a bridge or underpass, well, first of all, the council wasn't looking for it. But as a process issue, if a bridge or underpass would look for now, then that could delay the project. It would need more another planning application. It would need more consultation with Transport Scotland as a consequence.
Mm.
In a sense, we're agreeing to disagree. And in a sense, I do understand that you want a bridge or underpass, where that is not what the council has done.
Yeah, convenient. Can we come back to this matter of the budget? I was baffled by the fact that in the papers to the hearing, we had two different figures provided simultaneously. We had 1.6 million and 2.5 million. What's the explanation of that?
I can cover that if you want, Colin. That's no problem.
Yes.
I think if you recall, John, you were at the meetings previously we had with Access Forum, being a member of the Access Forum yourself. We had discussions back when we put the plan application in. Access Forum asked us to attend, and we attended a meeting. I prepared a briefing paper for that meeting, and there was queries about why we're not providing a bridge. So we did a very kind of high level look at the bridge and what it would cost at that point. And that's when we came up with the kind of 1.6 million in the region of figure. That was purely a very rough estimate based on another bridge that we provided, where there was a real demand for a bridge to be included in a scheme further south, when there was connectors between Perth and Inverram and Industrial Estate, lots of workers walking back and forward. And using that purely, we gave a very rough estimate at that point in time when we were reporting to the Access Forum, but that was back in like 2019. And then subsequently, obviously, we promoted the core path orders in the meantime, and then we've had objections. So the objections again referred to the need for a bridge. So at that point, we thought it only prudent to make sure we did our more due diligence, and we asked SUO to look at a bit more detail to provide a more robust estimate. So the 2.5 million figure came from that more robust estimate after SUO had looked at the site specifics. So that the first 1.6 was really us looking at a very quick ballpark figure back then, but the 2.5 was a more robust estimate, more true representation of what we think it would cost to put a footbridge in that particular location. That's the difference between those two.
Okay, thanks. It was a bit puzzling. So the council is saying that the bridge is not budgeted for. Is that right?
There's no allowance in the budget for a bridge, no.
No, but we've got figures here that I think it was you yourself gave me in an email. The total budget for the whole project is 118 million.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Right. And the total estimated cost, as you provided to me not long ago, is 114.5 million.
Yeah, that was a snapshot in time when we replied to an FOI that you raised, John. So we just reported the facts in the budget at that point. So that was just about contract award there. Sorry, if you could just let me finish. I just need to. We were just at contract award at that point. So that's a purely kind of contract figure for the overall construction contract, if you like, which doesn't allow obviously for various things that can change that figure moving forward. The type of contract it is, it's a target cost contract. So as you can appreciate, the 114.5 at that point leaves only, the 3.5 up to the 118 million overall budget. So there's very little contingency in there. We're having to manage the budget very carefully. So there's absolutely no room for a footbridge within that budget. And in fact, we're having to manage the budget very carefully just to make sure that we can try and bring it in as best value as possible, and complying with our kind of budgetary procedures and governance. Yeah.
Nonetheless, if you add 14.5 to 2.5, that leaves you still under that budget by £1 million, doesn't it?
But that's I've just explained that.
Just
respectfully,
just say that is the case, isn't it?
No, it's not the case. I disagree with that completely, because it's just taking a snapshot in time. That's not considering the overall life. That would be very irresponsible to just start adding things in when we've got such little contingency within our budget. We have to manage the budget very carefully. There's no scope for adding in an extra £2.5 million for a bridge at the moment with the current budget.
I was merely meaning that I think my arithmetic is correct. Your explanation that follows is a different matter. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just ask him what sort of contingency do you sort of expect on for the major contracts? What would you normally sort of allow for?
Well, major contracts can go, generally your construction, the 180 million includes obviously the construction cost plus all other costs, land costs, consultancy costs, all that kind of stuff. So our last project that we did was kind of 40 million pound project, and your construction contract you were somewhere between, ended up it was between 6 to 8% over what the original kind of we let the contract at, but that's closely managing it. So they can vary, and with civil engineering, you don't know what you're going to find. You find unforeseen ground conditions on site, then obviously costs can escalate. The current climate with regards to construction inflation is very kind of volatile as well. So there's all these kind of clauses in contracts that allow for that. So there is a kind of constant management requirement on us to make sure we're managing the budget proactively and making sure we get it brought in as close as possible to the original budget. So yeah, there is normally a bit of variance.
Yeah, thank you.
Could I ask at what point I could ask about the the statement we keep getting that the crossing at Denmark Field is little used. I'd like to pursue that, but whenever you think that's appropriate.
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
Yes, I'd like to raise some questions about the statement we keep being given that the existing informal crossing at Denmark Field is little used.
Yeah, shall we come back to that one? I'll probably have to with Jim.
Yeah.
We've got two speakers from the council, so Becky, do you want to start?
I suppose just to re-highlight what Ross was saying as well, that the cost of the bridge doesn't include delays and getting anything through planning. So even if a bridge was suddenly proposed, there's no guarantee it would get consent, or that Transport Scotland wouldn't object to it, or that there wouldn't be. So something that on the surface of it looks like it could be a fairly simple process to get through could take 2 to 3 years to get through our governance procedures in Scotland. And because the contract has been let, then there's delays and there's damages that would have to be paid to the contractor as well. So what could seem like quite a small section of the budget initially could really cost quite a significant sum, and there would also be no guarantee of success. So you could incur all these costs, the wider CTLR project doesn't go ahead, and you still don't get a bridge.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robertson, do you want to speak?
Thank you very much, Mr. Said. I think thank you, Becky. I think down to my first comment was that, you know, if better consultation, better engagement had taken place earlier on, then we would probably not have been visiting this. And while in no way trying to preempt any of your decisions, Mr. Said, but if it was not, you know, whether it was or to include or upgrade these crossings or raise them as a safety issue or not, I think the one thing that we need to learn moving forward is better communication and highlighting these issues in the first place, and better engagement, not just once or twice, but moving forward throughout an entire project, including after construction. Because if you don't, how on earth can you measure the success of that project? It has to be measurable somewhere. And I would, you know, make that final plea in my presentation. You know, I really prefer to be a critical friend and be in the greatest respect to this inquiry, you know, than to be in this sort of environment. You know, it's much more constructive and we get better results. I think there's lessons to be learned here moving forward without trying to preempt anything, Mr. Seddon. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you still on? We should
Just to, I suppose, just to come back to Mr. Robertson about the consultation during construction. Part of the Meet the Contractors events that have been held recently is to make sure that that communication continues on, and the leaflets that have been prepared and the information on the project website has those, again, those contact details, those emails. So there is definitely avenues for communication as we go into construction and throughout. This isn't a kind of closed shop, and the whole purpose of that is to make sure that you know, we can review what was said and what happened and what does that mean. I think taking it back to the EIA perspective, as we go through an EIA process, what gets spat out at the end is a schedule of mitigation, which is based on the environment, but also covers social and population and human health. And that has been drafted into the contractor's requirements. So there are checks and balances throughout our kind of formal processes to make sure that, you know, things are delivered in the way that they said they were delivered, but also that there is this ongoing consultation. And I think Ross would agree that the contractor BAM are very aware of their obligations in terms of keeping that consultation going with the local community and other key stakeholders.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't know, Becky, is it worthwhile also you or Denise touching on the kind of further work we're looking to do now that we're moving into finalising the detailed design?
Okay. Somebody else wants to speak now. I've got a W on my screen, so
Sorry, on you go.
I think that might be myself. Actually, it's Teresa Kewell here. I think I have attended a couple of the events for the public, one in Perth and one in Lunc, and you know, with the expectation that it was a discussion about well, I think I had understood that you know there might be options to put in to sort of improve the scheme or enhance the scheme, but I've come away from both events feeling that this is a like for like project. And one of the things in all the planning documents, you hear words like vision and ambition. We want to improve active transport links. There should be enhancement of core paths and pedestrian connections by providing, you know, and people want high quality routes with options and choices. And that meets all of the local development plan policy themes of being successful and sustainable communities, low carbon communities, natural and resilient communities, if you can improve biodiversity with soft, you know, green trees and hedges and things, and helping people be connected. So I'm just wondering how I don't know much about the formal planning procedure, but I'm quite interested in how the council approach sort of takes into the future of this type of scheme, and how you want people to come and use routes like these and encourage people to use routes. Cycling Scotland at the moment, they've got a thing up that says, you know, if you build it, they will come, and then you keep people in the local area. They travel locally. They don't get in their cars and go to a park and ride scheme, but people are happy and want to live and have recreation around where they live. So, as well, in the development plan, it says that you're looking for a 25% reduction in car use and a shift to public transport and active travel by 2025. So, for me, it's you know, how do you create that visionary that vision you know, to try and encourage more people to actually use these routes and enable people to use these routes. Thank you.
Nice. Ross Fletcher, speak on that.
Yeah, hi Teresa. I suppose this is getting back to the bigger picture. It's moving away from the specifics and the kind of narrow picture Lunc 124. But your question's probably drawn into what Perth Transport Futures is all about, and I suppose we've not really touched on that yet. So this is phase 2 of Perth Transport Futures project, which is the council's vision. To use that term, phase 1 was the project that we finished down near the football stadium, the Creef Road junction, and the link road out to Bertha Park. So Perth Transport Futures is a kind of 4-phased project. Across the link road being phase 2. Phase 1's complete. That was complete in 2019. So once phase 2 is complete, it pulls traffic out of the city centre. Phase 3 is to link phase 2 with phase 1. And then phase 4 is probably what you're kind of referring to, Teresa. Phase 4 is you know, we've worked out, we've done the traffic modelling to say that this will take X amount of traffic out of the city centre, and so that's increasing spare capacity in the networks in the city centre. And that's when we can capitalise on that and use up some of that spare capacity by implementing greener travel modes. And colleagues are already working on that, laying up those projects. Perth People Place, where the Dunkeld Road corridor is getting looked at the moment to reallocate space to cycling, to create arterial routes into the city that are more green for public transport and cycling. The LDP is allocating areas for park and rides to make more kind of green travel choices available. Appreciating that maybe that's not what you were asking about, but nonetheless, it is a more green travel choice than having to drive into the city centre. And in general, it's about reallocating space in the city that's currently taken up with motor vehicles to more greener modes of transport. So there is a kind of joined up thinking, but it is about the bigger picture. So apologies, Mr. Snedden, I'm probably moving away from the kind of the localised issue, but I think it addresses kind of Teresa's concerns, and that I appreciate there's kind of local issues that we're talking about today that you maybe think that we're not, you know, giving due consideration to the active travel, because maybe you'd like to see a bridge over the A9 in this location, and we're kind of arguing about that specific issue. But the bigger picture of Perth Transport Futures very much addresses kind of the council's vision with regards to moving to greener modes of travel, and there's significant resource pushing behind that at the moment. I know colleagues are actively looking to push forward some of these projects that are going to constitute phase 4 of Perth Transport Futures project. So there is a bigger picture and a vision that's been executed along the way.
Yeah. Anybody else on this topic?
Just if I could add to what Ross has said, I think, again, looking at that wider project scale, there will be a connection from that then goes across the River Tay in this area, which allows people to go into what is quite lovely landscapes and access to Highfield Wood, etc., without people having to either get the bus into Perth and the bus out of Perth again to Scone, or to drive all the way into the city centre and back out again. And that full-length active travel route provides lots of opportunities for recreational use, as well as people maybe potentially getting to places of employment. One thing that Ross touched on earlier is the kind of the wide landscaping scheme, and something that the council have been very clear on from the start is that they want a high quality landscaping finish throughout that enhances biodiversity, and things like the suds drainage, for instance, rather than just having the standard road drainage channels along the side of the road. Near to the racecourse, we've created a suds wetland, which the active travel route actually goes around to create a nice environment, but also for biodiversity enhancement. And there's a number of other measures throughout the scheme in terms of biodiversity enhancement as well. So these things very much have been, I would say, front and centre as we've been designing. And yes, when you look at this small section, it's harder to see those overall connectivity benefits, but that's part of the strategy of the whole project.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson, speak again.
Thank you, Mr. Snedden. Just to finish up by saying, while on the road safety issues in this particular inquiry, I will argue till I'm blue in the face. That doesn't mean that I'm against Cross Tay Light Road, but I'm acutely aware, I've been for 25, maybe even 30 years, the need for this project and the need for it in Perth. So by no means am I against the project. What concerns me here is the safety of people who are not able-bodied and who are, I would class as more at risk. I don't like to use the word vulnerable, Mr. Seddon, because that creates a different persona than it should be, but with people who are more at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa, do you speak?
I was just, I suppose as a resident of Redgorton, I feel that my I'm guessing what this scheme, it was, well, and to anybody that lives in Redgorton, this scheme is reducing our local amenity, because that's just sort of my, the point of view that I've got. And there are people who we know from, just speaking to people in the community that, don't feel that they will be able to use the new scheme, just because it doesn't provide a safe option for them to, to cross the A9. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I think that's all on that at the moment. We just, Mr. Andrews, you had a question, didn't you? So don't tell you raise that now while we remember. It's about traffic movements. I think, was it volume of crossings?
It was about the numbers of people using the crossing at Denmark Field. Can I ask the council what is their current estimate of the level of use of that crossing?
Eden, do you want me to come back on that one?
Yeah.
So a count was undertaken as part of the EIA procedures as we were going through. It's dated April 2018. It was undertaken for a week. You can argue about numbers, but it's a snapshot in time, and it gives you an idea of the crossing. So on the west side, there was 6 people that were recorded from cameras at that point.
So that's the latest figures that you have?
Yes, so we have to undertake surveys as part of the EIA. Once the EIA has gone through its process and through its planning consents, and there are no planning conditions that have been attached to the consent for any further surveys, we don't need to maintain a camera at any location.
So even though you had a public hearing coming, nobody has troubled to try and get an update of the very recent usage of that path and crossing then?
No.
No.
Right.
No. I mean, I provided a screenshot of the Strava global heat map that was a day in March. Now, as I understand the way that the Strava global heat map works, it is that people who have downloaded the app are tracked on this, and the routes they have taken are recorded and show up on the map. Now, that showed a fairly considerable amount of use, not the busiest of routes in the area, but by no means the least busy. And these were only the people who had the Strava app downloaded. There would have been obviously an unknown number more, like myself, who don't. So that's looking
I was wondering if it was worth pulling that up, Mr. Andrews. And do you have numbers attached to it? Because I know there was colours, and I did have a look at it, but I couldn't see a key or any kind of explanation of what the different colours, if it was associated with a certain band or number of people.
I don't know. I don't know if Mr. Stubbs does, because the council fairly often refers to having looked at the Strava global heat map for an indication of the amount of use of routes. I don't know. I've just gone on the basis of the stronger the symbol, the greater the amount of use, which I think is correct. But
I will. I'll defer to Mr. Stubbs, and he might be able to come in and give us. I'm not a member of Strava. I don't have the app downloaded either, I'm afraid.
Yeah. If I can, I've been a Strava user for some time, and I use it professionally to just give an indication of where people are going. Now, obviously, it's just people who have the app, generally runners, cyclists, these kind of people. But we have one path network. We don't have a path network for app users, and another path network that other people use. So it does give an indication. Certainly around the time that the consultants did the count, the numbers across this crossing looked pretty low on Strava as well. looking at it as it stands today, the line is a little bit clearer. And I think what is going on there is just a bounce in the numbers of people taking access around settlements through the pandemic. Certainly, we've seen that across Perth and Kinross. Through the pandemic, people have been able to get to do all the other things that they might want to do, and there've been far more people on our path networks more generally, which has caused some problems for land managers and some extra work from us. For us, so I think that's probably what's going on. Is that there's just more people taking access more of the time, and that is apparent on the Strava app. But one other thing, which is fairly clear, is the crossing at Lunc 124 is still relatively little used compared to some of the other places where people might choose to cross the road. So that's something I would take away from what the Strava heat map is showing us.
In fact, and I wish I'd taken one a year or so ago, the usage during the pandemic was much higher, and it has faded away a bit, though it's much greater than it was back in 2018. To what extent then does the council look forward when trying to consider the potential use of this? We've got huge numbers of people coming to Bertha Park. We've got 500 houses going to be built in Luncarty South. We've got, therefore, increased numbers of people with reduced area for countryside recreation. And these two contrasting movements are just bearing in on the situation. People are looking to be able to just walk away from where they live and have a nice countryside ramble experience. The paths in this area are disappearing under road and housing developments. Clearly, there'll be more people potentially wanting to take advantage of this path, if only it were going to be safe. So the question was, to what extent have you considered the population increases that the council itself has approved?
Ross, do you want to come back in here?
Yeah, I'll try and answer John as kind of best as I can. But the council's aware. Obviously, there's the LDPs in place, and there is development coming forward at Luncarty South and Bertha Park. So I'm not sure how familiar everybody will be with those locations. But I think the plan that I showed earlier on, or that we shared earlier on, that's got all the different paths on it shown in yellow, will probably help to clearly kind of demonstrate that there will be good linkages between kind of Luncarty South, from Denmark Field south on the yellow line there on the paths, and then we'll have the bridge over the A9 there, which will have a pedestrian route, and that'll link into Bertha Park. So they won't, pedestrians coming from Luncarty South to Bertha Park and vice versa will have a route that they can walk and use that bridge when those developments come online. Plus, I would say there's a responsibility on the developer and our planning colleagues to make sure that there's good linkages out in the countryside, and that'll be something that has to be managed kind of as we move on post CTLR as part of the kind of planning development management process, if you like, where Bertha Park will need to go through. It's got a master plan just now and it's working through its phases. When the detailed planning comes in for the various phases, our plan officers will need to interrogate that, and they'll liaise with Dave's team about the core path linkages and all that kind of thing, as happens with all planning applications. So what I would say is that there's opportunity for good linkages between the different developments that are coming forward there. Plus the issue I alluded to previously about the area that's allocated for a future park and ride site, and then the potential for linkages of paths on the west side as well. So all of that can all happen in the future post CTLR. There's nothing we're doing here that would preclude good linkages for the developments to the wider co-path network and between the developments.
Yes, but you're talking about linkages, and really in the context of active travel routes, all the new linkages you're talking about are in the vicinity of the road network. They do not give you the opportunity to get clear of traffic, of noise, and enjoy a peaceful walk in the natural circumstances, which is something you can enjoy on footpath 2124 as soon as you get clear of the crossings of the main road. there's a distinction between countryside access, which is good for one physically and mentally, and providing efficient active travel routes, which is what almost all of your new green linkages are set out to do.
You could argue that our linkages are providing the residents of Lunc South are going to be able to access for example, the tracks along the side of the banks of the River Tay, which were very difficult to access before on the east side. They're quite easy access to that, albeit you will have to walk along over the Tay Bridge alongside vehicular traffic for a short distance before you get onto the bank of the Tay. And then you could walk onwards to other areas that you couldn't access. So I mean, we could go back and forward about the various different scenarios and different opinions of what's an improvement. I know Dave might want to say more, but I know that he would normally, his colleagues normally work closely with the development management team to make sure that these developments do include the allowances for paths and linkages out into the countryside. That's something that will be scrutinised when the planning applications come in for the developments. I don't know if you want to comment on that more, Dave.
I was just going to come in a wee bit, Ross, there. I think what's also useful to remember is for new residents of Bertha Park, as this slowly gets built up, hopefully with Crosstay in place, that will be their baseline. So they will know the paths and the routes and everything that are there as part of the development and the access and everything else. We've got to remember that future residents coming in, that will be their baseline. It's different from current residents who live in the local area.
Okay.
I apologise for the noise. I killed the ordinary phones and forgot the mobile ones.
Yeah, and one thing that struck me having looked at the area was the attraction of the riverside path on the Lunc side. So, if Mr. Stubbs, if you can make any comments on which paths are preferred and how the east-west links would work in the future.
Well, I was going to speak about Lunc 124, just in terms of the difference between sort of active recreation and active travel.
Okay.
People this morning were talking about if you're starting from Denmark Field, you've got further to go, but as a consequence of the scheme and the diversion of Lunc 124, we've actually got a longer circuit on the west side of the A9, across the road where you like, grade or at the road bridge in Lunc, but we're actually creating a new link on the west side of the A9 there, just as a consequence of the longer diversion of Lunc 124. But to widen it out a little bit further, I think the bridge will be a game changer because it opens up opportunities for Lunc people on the Scone side and for Scone people on the Lunc side. The plan we had this morning with the yellow routes on, yes, we're stopping up and diverting some paths, but we're creating some new ones. And I think that will certainly mop up some of this extra demand that Mr. Andrews is talking about, because people will have different opportunities. But some of these are positive changes too, because it opens up new opportunities on both sides of the river.
Except that the overwhelming numbers of people living in the area are on the Lunc side. And to get to this circuit you've described, we'll have to use the unsafe crossing at Redgorton.
They can choose to cross at the improved crossing at Redgorton. They can choose to cross on the footway on the road bridge at Lunc, or they can go north south towards Perth and over the Crosstay road bridge. I think that will open up more opportunities for Scone people, for Lunc people. I'm drawing a parallel here with the bridge we built over the A9 as part of the A9 A85 thing, new multi-user bridge there. It was a game changer because very few people crossed the road there before, and more people have been able to now. That was a bridge that went in because of the level of use. But it's generated its own demand because it's a game changer.
Well, that's between an industrial development and a housing estate. It's an entirely different situation.
Okay. Teresa, you want to speak?
May I ask if you have projections for any increase in use of the crossing from Redgorton to Lunc to Redgorton, from the two, well, there's a formal route and an informal route. But if you put in a new route with a central reservation and a barrier, what's the expected or the anticipated increase in traffic that you're hoping to get from that?
Australia, anybody?
Do you mean the expected increase in pedestrian traffic?
Yes, or well, cyclists. Yes.
I'm not aware of us having modelling on that. Denise, do we have any modelling on that? You're on mute, Denise.
Sorry, there isn't modelling, but the intention was not to provide for increased use. It was to accommodate what was already there. If you like, there might be increased use, there might not, but it was really about accommodating a need that was acknowledged there.
So perhaps then, just from conversations amongst the community, we know that there are people who aren't using the route and therefore I think are unlikely to use a new route. However, whatever the enhancement is, because they are still unable to actually cross the A9, with the traffic as it is. And therefore, I think that will also indicate that there won't be an increase in bus use either, because people are not able to go into, not able to cross the route to catch the bus. So that there, doesn't increase or, help with active travel or public transport use.
Vision of the crossing, as I said, was really to meet a need that exists and to accommodate those who want to use that crossing rather than generate additional users.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that, but and this is what I've been trying to work out is what is the vision to try and get people to have change their behaviour, or to enable people to change their behaviour. And that really starts as well with younger people and young families. If they're brought up with the culture of cycling and walking, they're far more likely to continue that into later life. And by not enabling young families to do that now, I think that's not a good thing. And you have to then think of the knock-on effect, from a health point of view to the NHS. People are fitter and that sort of thing. So it's to me, it's a rather disappointing that there's not more being offered there. Thank you.
Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Seddon. Just a thought that would it not meet the aspirations of active travel and net zero targets better if the path on the west side was extended to the bridge that was shown on the map, and the path on the east side improved so that more people would be likely to use it, and then have a safe crossing over the A9 than have an unsafe crossing trying to go across a busy arterial route. Okay, people would have an extra approximately half a kilometre each side. This is if a bridge was ruled out completely. Would it not be a safer option, a greener option, and a better option for active travel? The other thing I wanted to point out was the nice way to talk about footfall was that unless you're using a camera or digital matrix, what footfall doesn't tell you is who is able to run across that road you know, who's able-bodied and who's not. So unless you're using, say, digital matrix or camera. Thank you, Mr. Sid.
Thank you. Strandros?
Yeah, just a quick question. Going back to Denise Ritchie, you said you're not anticipating an increased usage of the crossing at Redgorton. Was that right?
That's not what we're providing for. We're not encouraging people to use that or expecting significant increase.
Doesn't your diversion scheme intentionally divert more people to use that?
The crossing, the numbers of people crossing the road at Denmark Field are thought to be very low. So it won't be a significant increase based on what we know about the numbers of people crossing the road currently.
Not quite the same thing, but okay.
Right. Any issues people are Teresa?
Sorry, that's an old hand, sorry.
Right, okay. Yeah. Mention of a possible bridge, but underpass was also mentioned, but from reading all submissions, the council saying that underpass would be problematic in the cutting and because of drainage issues. Is that correct?
Yeah, and plus it would simply have to be far too long to be justifiable. It would take too long to bring it up to the level where it would emerge into daylight in the west side. So it would just, an underpass just wouldn't ever be suitable for that location.
Okay, thank you. I just wondering whether we might just have a break now. We can go on to other things after that. So, unless there's anything else anybody wants to mention now. No?
Sorry, I've just put my hand back up. It was just wondering on the transport numbers, are there projections for there to be an increase in traffic along the A9 once the CTLR is in? I'm just wondering what the projections might mean for any pedestrians at that point at Redgorton. Thank you.
Yeah, the transport statement that was submitted with the EIR covers this for planning. So yes, there will be an increase in traffic as you would expect along the A9 and other routes, as well as the developments are built out in the future. So that's to be expected, and the figures are quoted in the transport statement.
Mr. Andrews again.
I'm sorry, I'm just struggling to get this hand down.
Oh, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. Just quickly, just to really support what Ross was saying, and the reason I didn't put an underpass in, having been involved and still am to an extent on every part of the dueling of the Transport Scotland and different consultants, putting an underpass there would take it below the water table for flooding, and it would also take us into some very hard bedrock that would probably take liquid explosive to get out of it, and would be, if a bridge was going to be costly, this would be sky high, and it just didn't make, to me, just didn't make any sense even to suggest it, and that's why I didn't. So thank you to support Ross on that one.
Yeah, thank you. Right, yeah, it's probably useful if we have a 10-minute break and then sort of reconvene at the 2-3 o'clock. So okay, now leaves us an hour to go through some other matters. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So I'll adjourn now and we'll start again at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Everybody welcome back. We'll reopen the hearing. Anything further on what we've just been speaking about previously? If not, I'll just go on to other alternatives which have been suggested. Mr. Fraser is not present, I don't think, is he? Moment. So, Mr. Oh yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
I am
hi.
here, yes.
Yeah. Wonder if you'd like to. I mean, I think this is slightly to one side of the order, but would you like to speak about your representation where you talked about probably extending the core path to the south? I think Councillor Melville had a similar comment. Yeah.
And Sarah Walker, yes.
And Sarah Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps bear with me, and I've written out my thoughts here, and it would be keep some coherence in them if I can read through the whole thing, and then I'll stand open to questioning from yourself and others, should that be occasioned afterwards. We've heard quite a lot this morning, particular about green bridges and lovely woods at Highfield and so on, and the better access which is being afforded by the CTLR scheme, most of which I dare I say is to be on the east side of the Tay. But you know, this, as I understand it, this inquiry today is about the access on the west, and particularly to do with Lunc 124, which I think only less than an hour ago was rather dismissed as nothing better than a farm track. Well, I think it's important that you're made aware of the reason this particular route was seen from the very start as a potential core path. Now, just to deviate very slightly, in January 2005, I was instrumental in forming the Strathord and Area Outdoor Access Group to begin the process of identifying potential core path routes within the 100 square miles between Inverarmond and Burnham Hill, Conclaven to the east and Little Glenshee in the west. In a bid to have various vested interests represented on the group, it composed 2 land managers of estates, 3 local farmers, 2 horse riders, 3 cyclists and walkers. One of the farmers on the group was Robert Niven of Denmark Field Farm, immediately to the east of the A9 and the locus we are concerned with today. Without hesitation, he came up with the proposal that the route between the A9 on the east and Pitmursley on the west was an obvious candidate to become a core path, as it was a well-established Kirk Road, as we call it, affording access to Redgorton Parish Church and burial ground for the residents of Broxie, Denmark Field, and indeed Luncarty. Now, this religious site dates back more than 800 years. Its rural situation actually fairly central in a parish which extends some 6 miles from the River Amond to Pitcairn and to Stanley. Although this church building itself is now closed for worship, the churchyard remains a place many would want to visit, as there are more than 200 graves, thus probably 300 to 500 individual burials, with the earliest gravestone dating back to 1680. Now, can I refer you now to the website document PKC 005, which I think is an aerial view showing the various core paths in this vicinity. Sorry, I seem to be getting an echo from coming over as somebody got their microphone still switched on. It's a bit exasperating, sorry. Right, if I can refer you to PKC 005, Mr. Tan.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You'll see the churchyard almost at the northwest end of this old Kirk Road, now Luncarty 124. And note that from Denmark Field and Luncarty, it can be approached by two old established routes, both now core paths, one being Luncarty 102 east of the A9 leading on to Luncarty 124, which we're talking about, the other being Luncarty 119 leading on to Luncarty 114, which I think was mentioned earlier. Even although the church may now be closed, many people enjoy walking and cycling the loop which these two routes provide. However, to say Luncarty 124 is little more than part of a route to Redgorton churchyard is to ignore the fact it's part of a much longer route all on the west side of the A9 dual carriageway from Burnham and indeed beyond. You can see part of this route, this latter route, at the northwest corner of the core path aerial view. That's namely Luncarty 122. You can just see it right up in the corner there coming down to the B8063. This brings the walker, cyclist and horse rider down from the north to join the B road, thence to the core path 121, which also features in our submissions today. By turning off the 121 onto core path 114, you are then brought to Luncarty 124, which until now has brought you across the hill to the crossing of the A9, from whence you can continue into Perth or wherever. The value and integrity of this long distance route is under threat from Perth and Kinross proposed changes to Luncarty 124, for not only would it be truncated before reaching the A9 crossing, but to add insult to injury, it would be diverted. To where? Back to the CP 121, of course, to the spot you may have passed only a short time before, a loop which offers no benefits except to the dog walkers of Redgorton. Now, if I can refer you now to another website document, that's the PKC 071, which I think you looked at already, which is the Perth Futures, well, it's not a semi-aerial view, shall we say, augmented aerial view. But a moment ago, I missed out mentioning that not only would the so-called diversion take one back round to CP 121, it more critically steered one to the hazardous at-grade crossing of the A9, immediately east of Redgorton. In the past few days, I've crossed this busy dual carriageway both there and at Denmark Field, and felt much less fearful using the wider central reservation at the latter than the extremely narrow one further north, where the really fast-moving vehicles seemed barely inches from where I stood at the centre, waiting for quite some time for a break in the traffic to allow me to cross. If the Denmark Field crossing has to go, there's no doubt in my mind that the Redgorton crossing also should go, just as I've seen disappear recently crossings I've long used just a little further up the A9 to be replaced by bridges, albeit much further apart than the old Desire lines. I'll let others today fight for the bridge or underpass to give continuity of access across the A9 immediately around Redgorton and Denmark Field, but I am aware that a new overbridge is to be built just down the road, where the planned cross-tail link road will straddle the A9. Sorry, bear with me. I'm still getting that echo from somebody's microphone, incidentally. It's very annoying. Now the stated policies of Perth and Kinross Council as regards new development in the countryside, and that should include the construction of the CTLR and its associated civil engineering works, is that such development should not fragment or diminish public access and core path routes, but instead, and I quote themselves, quotes, look to enhance these, close quotes. looking back to Core Path 124, it comes without saying that the stopping up of this route before it reaches the east end at the A9 is fragmenting and diminishing it. So we have to ask, does the so-called diversion proposed by the council enhance accessibility on the west side of the A9? My contention, shared by others, is that it does not. Not only does it lack any striving to improve access, it fails to do more than provide. Well, I'll quote the council's legal department when they replied to my objection. If you want to look at that, that's PKC 053. And they say, a loop to walk on the west side of the A9 for those who access this area is being provided. So, sorry, end of quote. Great again for the dog walkers of Redgorton. But what if, with a bit of imagination and a real urge to enhance accessibility west of the A9, brought about the turning of the diversion by 180 degrees? So instead of creating no better than, in their own words, a loop, it ran south from the truncated east end of the CP 124 down to the west end, excuse me, of the impending CTLR. With such a simple and straightforward expedient, this would at once reinstate the broken link across the A9, but this time by a safe path compared to the proposed at-grade crossing further north. But here comes the bonus. Not only would Redgorton and Denmarkfield be safely reconnected, but wider accessibility would be ensured, and the walkers, cyclists, and even horse riders coming down the west side of the A9 from farther north would thereafter not only be able to readily reach Perth, but with the NMU provision alongside the CTLR, could get ready access across the river, not only to Stormont-Field and Scone, but more excitingly still to the extensive network of core paths running way up Strathmore. I should like to add here that my suggested southwards diversion of CP 124 would be no greater in length than that of the proposed one to the north, and in my contention could be created at minimal cost as part of the landscape reprofiling which is about to get underway to realign the A9. But wait, Perth and Kinross Council and its CTLR scheme foresee a problem here. Although they concede, and again I quote from their response to my objection, a quotes requirement for this part to be, the requirement for this path to be provided in the future, close quotes, they downplayed it by adding that, quotes, this path could not be constructed within the extents of the land being acquired for the CTLR scheme, close quotes, and, open quotes again, the council is therefore not in a position at this time to acquire the additional land that would be needed for this path, close quotes. How has that come about? Well, they've already spent the money on acquiring additional land going northwards from CP 124 to CP 121, a deed done before any of we access takers found ourselves with an opportunity to suggest better allocation of this money. And indeed, when 3 days ago, walking down alongside the newly installed west boundary fence and along the line of the council's proposed diversion, at every step I was struck by the sheer arrogance and presumptiveness of them and their CTLR scheme in already having all but created their diverted path before the inquiry into the matter had come to a conclusion. If you look now at document PKC 074, you'll see a plan of site clearance on either side of the truncated CP 124. If the red line above the works accurately represents the boundary of the land acquired by the council, then my contention is that there is sufficient width there between it and the reconfigured A9 to accommodate the southwards diversion as it is at least as wide as one carriageway of the road, and no less than that taken up by the council proposed diversion, which you can see off to the right. Even if a few more yards of adjacent land needs to be obtained by the council, it will allow the creation of a valuable link in the core path network. If one looks back at back again to document PKC 071, that's I think the Perth Futures aerial view, and south to the western end of the CTLR, it strikes one as lamentable that the NMU provision of footpath and cycleway stops dead and goes nowhere beyond the western roundabout, when there's an obvious positive link which could be made to join up with CP124 and thus enhance the network for access takers on the west side of the A9. I think that pretty much sums up my feelings about it, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have, Mr. Stend or others. You're muted. Still muted.
I think it was your suggestion. Yeah, Denise Ritchie, if you'd like to speak.
We'd just like to kind of come back on some of the points you made there about the potential path down the west side of the A9 between Lunc 124 and the west roundabout. I think Ross alluded to this earlier, that there is a connection there in terms of what happens with M168 or MU168, the Bertha Park and Ride in the future there. We did look at this for Perth and Kinross Council. We did look at potential designs for a path that came down that way. Because of the ground levels, the topography on the existing side, it would really need to be ran alongside the A9, in the verge of the A9, rather than remote from the A9, which is one point worth being aware of, because it's not something that I think people would generally want, the people on this call would be looking for. It's not an ideal solution for anyone. In addition to that, the reason for that is because
can I just come in there and say, well, you know, I don't think it's running along the verge. I mean, you're going to be having heavy earth moving machinery, you know, realigning the A9 there. It doesn't take a lot to divert that by a yard or two to the west to give better provision for a path, and certainly that path, albeit near to the new A9, would be somewhat more desirable than the at level crossing that you're talking about up at Redgorton.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Unless the path, because of the up and down nature of the ground levels, which really do vary a lot in that area, because of that, if we don't tag it onto the side of the road, the earthworks become excessive, and then there's a knock-on effect on the MU1668 development, which is yet to come forward and be praised and designed and so on. So the only way to do it would be to make it alongside the A9, and it still required additional land take from beyond what we would have. So it wasn't feasible to fit it within the scheme. Just to come back on your point about the land take to the north for the path that's there, I think again Ross made the point earlier that this will be a shared path. It'll be shared with the farm access, the field access. So
delightful, yeah.
Regardless of whether the path is diverted on that footprint or not, that access would be
would be required. So yeah, there wasn't additional land purchased that meant that there couldn't be additional land purchased to the south. It wasn't in any way a trade-off.
Yeah, can I come back on your reference to the if I get the expression right, MU, what is it, 34 whatever, the potential park and ride site. Now, there seemed to be some suggestion in the council's reply to my objection that I was proposing that 124 was diverted right through that site, which is certainly wasn't my idea. I seem to remember other documents, either from the council or possibly the Bertha Park developers, suggested that that particular site would probably not be looked at until 2024, and that's just the beginnings. And when that might come into fruition could be many years ahead. Now, you know, dare I say, I still enjoy at my advanced age cycling and walking in the delightful Perthshire countryside. But if the park and ride is to be possibly another 10 years before it comes into being, I can't see me still being fit to enjoy the same access. So, you know, I accept that the path I'm suggesting would be rather near to the, or perhaps even slightly nearer to the new A9 than the council's diversion to the north, but I still think it's a better option. And anyway, I really don't see that for what little land acquisition, extra land acquisition it would take to add on. I mean, what do you need for a core path? You're talking about 3 meters wide. So even if you talked about twice that for land acquisition, or it's less than 10 meters, you're adding on. Surely a strip of 10 meters down that red line it's not going to be something that holds up the whole scheme. Thank you, Mr. Steddon. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted.
No, that's fine. We'd like to, I've got Ross Fletcher, would like to comment.
I would just like to come back on the comment there about extra land for the scheme. It's quite the opposite, I'm afraid. Extra land for the scheme is a massive issue, and it's not about the cost of the land. It's not about how much land you need. It's simply about the process you've got to follow to obtain the land. I think you might be aware, I don't know how aware you'll be, but we've obviously promoted a compulsory purchase order, as we've got to do for these schemes when there's multiple landowners involved, and these take a long time to go through. The compulsory purchase order for this scheme, we set the land boundaries a way back. Maybe remind me, it was 2019 from memory. Yeah. And the land was only just vested last month in 2022. So it's quite the opposite, I'm afraid, Mr. Fraser. Extra land for schemes like this, government schemes like this, where you need to purchase land, has huge implications. It's not just a matter of simply adding on an extra square meterage or a slight extra cost. Just to clarify that.
Can I just query you there? You're mentioning that the land would have to be compulsorily acquired, but I don't know whether that particular section of land it still belongs to the farmer at Bertha Park, or whether it is part of the Bertha Park redevelopment. Who does that land currently belong to? And does it belong to the council indeed in some other guise? And would that person be more than delighted to part with that land for such a purpose, rather than you having to compulsory purchase it?
Well, that's all speculation. I'm afraid I couldn't answer that in this forum at all. But I can tell you that there is multiple landowners along that stretch, but we need to look at that in more detail. That's probably all I could say.
Denise Ritchie.
I think it's also worth maybe taking a bit of a step back and thinking, looking at the long term. We think there's scope to provide a much better solution all round by promoting a path like that as part of the Bertha Park and Ride development, because we can include that as part of the design and then keep it remote from the E9 instead of having a path that we put now right beside the E9 and then ends up staying there when it's not really what people want.
But can I ask why the interests of pedestrians and other access takers is put behind the interests of a park and ride scheme, for instance, and why shouldn't the park and ride scheme effectively be designed around a core path demand? I feel here that again the pedestrian, the cyclist, the horse rider, etc., is treated as of far less importance than the car user or anyone else.
I don't think anybody's saying they're any less important. I think they're just saying it's a much better scenario if we're able to consider both things at the same time and come up with an optimal solution. And I appreciate the frustrations of you'd have to wait for it being further down the line. But what I would say is,
further down the line.
Yeah, but I mean, these things do take a lot of time. Like I was alluding to, the CPO's taken a long time for this project. I started working on this project in 2017. We started having discussions about consultations back in 2018. Whether people feel those consultations were any good or not, they were started a long time ago. We're now in 2022. We're only just about to start building the scheme. The scheme's due for completion it's now probably ended 2024, probably looking like early 2025. So I mean, these things do take a long time, and I appreciate the concerns over that, but I don't think it'll be a long time in coming before the scheme's complete and moving on to Perth Transport Futures Phase 4 and looking at putting in these park and rides and things start taking more shape. I appreciate you might still be frustrated with those timescales and you wanted to be included now, but I really don't think it'll be that long in coming, given what we're dealing with, massive infrastructure schemes. The council is pushing forward with CTLR quite as fast a pace as we can, and has shown commitment to it, as well as shown commitment to Phase 4, trying to do the green modes of travel in the city centre and all these different improvements. These things should all fall into line afterwards. I suppose it's not going to take away your frustrations. Obviously, you think it'll be happening too slowly.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Sin. Usually just to ask, Ross, does a CPO really need to be carried out here? Has that been explored, or is it speculation at this point? And you said that the cost could be excessive, but in comparison to a bridge, or in comparison to the risk of life at the Redgorton crossing, how excessive would that be? Again, has this been explored, or is it speculation at this point? Thank you.
With regard to the CPO, generally the council, when they're purchasing land for schemes, needs to promote CPO, because generally whenever there's multiple landowners, you really need to have a CPO to fall back on, because when there's multiple landowners, it's very difficult to negotiate land by agreement, because you need to do it with multiple parties at the same time. So I think in general we would always have a CPO when we're purchasing land, but it hasn't got to the stage where we've looked at it in any detail. Keith, confirm that.
Very close.
The only thing I would add into that is from an EIA perspective and the regulatory view of things, if this was to then be part of the CTLR, you get kicked back into all the different planning consenting regimes as well, because it has not got consent. So I think similar to the CPO, it wouldn't just kick off a CPO, but it could basically kick you back into all of your different regulatory processes to make sure that it went through the various different planning consenting hoops that you would need.
Yes, I may have picked you up wrong, but I think that you said there'd be excessive costs involved with the path. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I thought that was what you had said.
No, that's certainly not what I'd meant to say. Excessive earthworks. It's not so much from a cost point of view. It was more from the amount of land it would take up and the potential impact on the use of that land.
Well, apologies, I misunderstood. Sorry.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Fraser, on your points?
I just feel that we're looking at rather poor solutions, with whatever you call it, at-level crossings at Redgorton and such like. We're not looking to enhance access in this area at all. In fact, one wonders if the council has really ever strive to do that in the shorter term. I mean, it's all very well talking about this, looking at things afresh, if you like, or designing this core path diversion into the park and ride. But, this is not going to happen overnight. As I say, the figure I saw was that might not even start happening till 2024. And the prospect of it happening before 2010 to me is it just doesn't bear thinking about. I think we're being pushed into a situation here by the council having gone along routes almost literally in going for a northerly diversion, because that just happened to suit their books, instead of trying to find a proper solution here.
Anybody else on this topic at all? No. Mr. Andrews.
Yeah, I had said that I wanted to pursue some of the issues about the policies, the policy framework here, and Leslie Fraser's taken us into one of them because I recognise some of the words he used there. So could I just pursue those now? Would that be convenient?
That would be fine, yeah. Thanks.
Fine. The key policy in the local development plan, policy 15, relates to public access. I'd be interested to know how the council understands that policy in respect of what is called the integrity of routes. It says development proposals that would have an adverse impact on the integrity of any core path, disused railway line, asserted right of way, etc., will not be permitted. Now, that will not is a pretty concrete statement. So how does the council understand the term integrity in this context?
Would you like to reply on that, Mr. Elliott?
I'd like to make a general point. First of all, in the policy 15 relates to the local development plan, and that's how you assess a planning application. Now, that's been done and planning permission granted, so we have to be careful not to be revisiting the planning application. But it was assessed at that time and considered to be compliant with policy 15. There is another part of policy 15, if you go on, that does allow for changes to be made, provided they are adequately addressed in the plans and suitable alternative provision is made. And what the council is saying is you have obviously in this particular order, although policy 15 applies to the planning application in the whole CTLR, so it's the whole context. But for Lunc 3124, we've got the stopping up element and we've got the diversion element. And I know people disagree, but we're saying the diversion element will provide a loop route. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues can add anything more, but we have to be wary about going into policy 15 too much. It's already been determined through the planning application.
Well, that's a lot of words, Mr. Elliott, but it hasn't answered my question. I asked, how does the council understand the term integrity in this context?
Standards, I have answered it in the sense of the policy 15 within the context of the planning application, and it was assessed as compliant, hence the planning permission was granted.
Well, that doesn't answer the question at all, does it?
Again, we're looking at policy 15, so I'm not sure I can say anything more.
Mr. Andrews, I think, Mr. Elliott has answered your question, obviously in terms of the planning application. So shall we move on from that?
What it seems to me, yeah, anyway, right. It's difficult to know really how you deal with this situation when you're presented with a series of fait accompli, but come on now to the supplementary guidance paper that's called Green and Blue Infrastructure and the requirements there, and the duty to look to enhance the situation. Now, this was an ideal opportunity to enhance the route of Core Path 125 by making it safely accessible for horses, disabled users, cyclists, and so on. The opportunity was completely spurned, and I suppose I'm going to be told, well, it's too late now. We dealt with that. We couldn't be bothered to think about that at the time when it mattered. Makes me wonder what we're doing here, quite honestly.
Question.
Mr. Elliott, would you like to comment?
Sorry, that was slightly a legacy hand there, but in terms of comment, of course, again, that particular supplementary guidance, yes, because it's supplementary guidance as part of local development plan. That is part of the overall picture of CTLR itself. Now, we've already obviously explained, and my colleagues can explain better than I, about the overall general improvement on that. I'm not technically minded, and I'll be listening to my colleagues, but you do have to see that within the overall context of the whole project.
But I'm putting a question to you in the particular context with which we are engaged here. I'm saying this was an opportunity to comply with that duty, to take the opportunity to enhance the situation. And the council is just neglected even to think about it, it seems to me.
I wouldn't say neglect at all. I think that would be unfair to say that. And again, we're coming back to issues were considered, and the proposals we'll come up with, which is now the path order, is to have a diversion to the north, which, and with other connections as well, which overall the council considers is an overall improvement. I appreciate you don't accept that. I do appreciate that. You're looking for a bridge or an underpass, but overall the council sees the overall sees an improvement. Now, and I see my colleague Becky McLean's got her hand up as well. I think she can probably add what I'm saying, but green and blue infrastructure, I would be cautioned about reading one particular element. You have to see it in the whole round, because that did primarily relate to the planning application and the whole CTLR.
Thank you, Colin. It was just to provide a bit of context, I suppose, from that wider project perspective. So there's a number of things that Crosstay will be putting in place to enhance the existing green-blue infrastructure. We've touched on some of them already in terms of the landscaping. So that former A9 corridor, going back to one of Ross's earlier points, rather than just leave it as it is and it becomes a kind of dead space, that is going to be completely re-landscaped. And part of the landscape and design process that our specialists went through was to look at what was existing there in that local area, connecting up the kind of green corridors that you've got, and making sure that the planting designs that they were putting forward would be suitable with regards to native species and biodiversity enhancement proposals. There are a number of other things as well in terms of the blue infrastructure. So I've talked about the suds, wetland ponds, but again, this is kind of looking back out further at the wider CTLR project. However, we've talked about the diversion that runs up, and Denise was highlighting earlier that there is a full landscaping design plan for that diversion as well. So again, providing corridor, a wildlife, a biodiversity corridor, where just now is just a path. So although there's a lot we can say about the much wider CTLR scheme, we have considered it on that smaller scale as well. And in terms of trying to connect up where there are existing green corridors and trying to provide that connectivity for biodiversity.
Thank you. Teresa Kewell, did you want to speak?
I think from it's a shame that the community of Redgorton are maybe not going to be able to enjoy that because they're still won't be happy to cross the road at that point. I have to say, as someone who actively uses these routes, I mean, it can be an absolute joy to be out on a bike, walking round, and with the different types of, we've got fields, we've got rivers, the bit up above the hill fort at the track up there. I mean, it gives a fantastic vantage point right over to Scone Palace, and just on that circular route, it gives such a great variety of just being outdoors, and the more people that you can get out to enjoy that, it would be amazing. And I just think we're not talking here particularly about enhancing any routes, and I just think that's a really missed opportunity.
Mr. Fraser, you.
It's just coming back to that same point that John brought up. We're talking here primarily about the 124, and that is being truncated and diverted. And I'm not really seeing an enhancement of the accessibility on the west side of the A9 through that, particularly for people who might might approach this area from farther north. They're just going to be turned around back again and either faced with going back from whence they came or struggling to cross the A9 either at Redgorton or, incidentally, I think Dave Stubbs kindly mentioned the road bridge up at Luncarty, which if it's any indication of the speed with which public bodies do things, there's been the parapet over the railway there has been damaged, been down for I don't know how long, 3-4 years. There's still orange barriers there, which incidentally stop the use of the footpath on the north side of that crossing. And if I don't know, Mr. Snedden, whether you took in that crossing on your venture up here, but one has to have eyes in the back of one's head and really leap around. I say as a relatively fit person, I hate to think what Keith Robertson would be faced with there to try and get across from Redgorton area into Luncarty. It's just nigh impossible. So there is no enhancement, to my mind, to the west of the A9.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Seddon. Just in support of some of what my colleagues have said, the council seem unable or unwilling to look at small changes or tweaks to enhance this project. That what we seem to be getting is a fait accompli. But moving forward, I think it is absolutely imperative that organisations from all sectors are involved in not only the decision-making process, but also in upgrading some of the core paths around, like 124, because organisations from other sectors can sometimes access funding that public sector organisations can't. I really think the blinkers have to come off a little bit from the council's perspective, with greatest respect, and kind of open their minds up a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, community involvement's been mentioned. I wonder what the plans are for involving the community in the wider sort of scheme and the network.
I can take that one. We've got a team set up to involve the community. There was meetings in Lunc and Scone last week, so they're trying to set up community groups west and east of the river. So we appreciate there's big impact west of the river, big impact east of the river for the whole scheme. So there was meetings last Tuesday in Scone and Thursday in Lunc, which I believe were pretty well attended, attended by both the contractor and the client side, if you like. A member of my team was there, and there was various things discussed with regards to communications and how that's going to go on through the project, and also community benefits. I know there was, for example, the local scout group was there, the local football team was there, asking how the contractor and how the team can get involved in supporting local community events and all that kind of thing. So we're doing a lot of work behind the scenes in regards to liaising with the local community. There's an archaeological investigation on the go at the moment at Roxy Hill Fort, and I know there was an open day at the weekend where the public can go and learn about the local archaeology site of that fort. They're doing public tours, and that's the second such event, and there probably will be another one before the archaeological investigation is finished. There's local schools have been out to and help investigate the site or to visit the site to learn about that local archaeology, local history. So there's lots going on with regards to local consultation and communication with the local community, both on how we can keep them informed and work with them, and how we can support them through the contractor, BAM Nuttall, doing some community benefits as to how they can help out with any local issues.
Okay, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Seddon. With respect to those, I think it needs to go out with the immediate communities. I think there are possibilities for organisations in the wider communities, albeit still in Perth and Kinross. For instance, going way back to BT's Countryside for All, we did some amazing things with actually very little money in these days, even less than there is now. From a voluntary sector perspective, so if you stick just to the immediate communities of Lunc, Redgorton, Scone, then the council and the communities themselves would be missing out on opportunities that sometimes organisations and individuals from a slightly wider community of Perth and Kinross could contribute considerably.
I think sorry.
Thank you.
I think to be fair, Keith, I think the council's actually moving towards what they call the P&K offer. I don't know how much you're aware of it, but you can, if you just Google it, it'll take you straight to the web page that tells you all about the P&K offer.
I wasn't aware of that, but I mean, I'm intending.
Yeah, and it's very much that. It's all about engaging with the local community and what the local community wants and how they can work with the local community. And there's been lots of good examples of things coming out that, like the men's sheds and stuff like that. And the council's helped to set these up, either part funding things or try to find other finance for things. So the council's moving towards that. And that's something that we've been promoting at any consultation events we've had, or the meet the contractor events and such like, promoting the P&K offer. And that's very much what it's driven towards. If there's local bodies that are looking to improve their path locally, then they should really get in touch with the council. It's a separate issue for the Crossdale Link Road project as such, but if there is something else out with that, in the bigger picture, if you like, that the council's happy to facilitate that and try and help local groups to organise things and these kind of things and source external funding and try and assist with all that. know how much Dave's aware of the P&K offer and how Green Space have been doing those kind of things. There might be things that are ongoing with regards to the path network. I'm not sure. Dave might be able to comment more, but certainly it lends itself to those kind of things. And CTLR wise, we're trying to do as much as we can, community benefit wise, and the contractor's committing to whatever he can. But obviously, there's only so far you can push it, because as a project that has got a local area, I don't think it's relevant to start doing community benefits away further away, too far away from the CTLR, given the proximity. That was certainly something you could pursue through the PK offer route with the council.
I agree with that communication would help. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Stubbs, want to comment?
I was going to come in briefly on the P&K offer. If you look at the video on the council website, it seems to be all about green space. It's very much the way we try and working with communities. Certainly try, but on access improvements arising from the CTLR scheme, I know that colleagues from the Countryside Trust are speaking to the contractor very much about this. The Countryside Trust have a project, River Tayway. I know, John, you're aware of. So I think they're talking to the contractor in the context of the community benefit thing to see what opportunities there might be. So, thinking about some of these other things that have been suggested today, some of those might be able to be taken forward by the Countryside Trust, and I know that those contacts have already been made.
Thank you. Now we're approaching 4 o'clock, so it's probably a good time to start. I have a few things to look at tomorrow. We've got other people who haven't attended who have got their sort of comments I'd like to go through. And Mr. Elliott, I know Mr. Godfrey's submission was quite lengthy and quite late. If you've had time to go through that now.
We've had the opportunity at least to read through it, all of us. I think that maybe the best way to deal with that is, of course, we still have the other orders to look at, and he covers all 4 orders. And if at the end of the process we feel that we would want to cover matters that we just couldn't cover during the hearing sessions, then we could put in a written submission. At the moment, I don't know. I think we need to get to the end of the process before knowing that.
Yeah, I think what I'd like to do is that I want to read through it again myself, and then maybe tomorrow just go through. I'll have some, a few questions on it, and if you can't answer those,
yes,
you could always come back with some written submission.
Well, that's what I was anticipating in all the hearing sessions on Mr. Godfrey's submission. If we are asked questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
Yeah.
If we are unable to answer them, then we'll give consideration to whether we put in written submissions later on, as quickly as we can, of course.
Yeah, that's fine. If anybody else has got matters from the objection that they want to raise tomorrow, then that's fine. I'll
That's fine.
do this tomorrow. Yeah.
You've answered my impending question.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So, just to say thank you very much for attending and for patience and speaking very eloquently on the matter. Then we'll adjourn the hearing today, and then meet again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. That's okay. So, Ian, thanks very much for attending.
Can I thank you for hearing my submission today, Mr. Sen, because also I won't be here tomorrow. But thank you very much for accommodating me.
Okay. So I'll close the hearing today.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.